Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Morning, welcome to Sewing Street. I hope I'm here to brighten up what is a miserable day out there. Unless where you are it's sunny, but honestly I drove the whole way up here like that was the windscreen wipers. I know, I was thinking I just don't think I'm ever going to get here, but I did, and it's going to be a lovely week, I think. Do you think it might be? It's going to be a lovely week on Sewing Street, whatever. And we have got some fabulous things coming up for you today. Got a little bit of Christmas, never too early for a bit of Christmas, all sorts. I'm surrounded by sewingness. Glorious sewingness. But shall we start with the early bird to brighten up this rainy day? Let's give you an extra special. And today it's something that we all need. Thread. Look at this. In here you get all of this thread. Each of the spools, there are 20 reels and each of them has got 1,000 metres on. And they said I can open it up, which is even more exciting. So look at this lot. So 34, to be honest, I think $34.99 for this is a really good price on its own. 20 lots of 1,000, 20,000 metres. Now, the great thing about this is you've got all of the normal colours. You've got the whites and creams and beiges. Then you've got greys and blacks. I'm going to put them in some kind of order here. And it's perfect for all of our Christmas makes we've got coming up in a minute. Because look, there's all your greys and your blacks. So there's all your standard colours. Then we have, so even at 34, and this price will drop, but one moment, let me show you what we've got. We've got 3 different shades of red. Then we've got 3 different blues. We've got pale yellow, buttercup, mustard, green, and that kind of light grey green. So all of that, 20,000 metres of thread. So, Jess, we've got Jess producing this morning. Morning, Jess. Good morning. Can we have a picture from the gallery this morning? No, Jess and Bruce are on today. So let's welcome Jess, who's producing this morning. So, Jess, what can you do for us this morning? How low can you go? What are we going to go to? $17.99. $17.99 for 20,000 metres of sewing thread. So this is your polyester sewing thread, super strong, lovely, all comes in the bag. Per spool, 90 pence. 90 pence for 1,000 metres. Wow. Now, we've got a price comparison on these just to show you what you would have to pay if you bought this elsewhere. $19.99 from the Long River website. $19.99, and we've got it for $17.99. That's fantastic, isn't it? So 90 pence of real. Now, polyester sewing thread, you can use this whether you're sewing with cotton threads or polyester start that again. Whether you're sewing with cotton fabrics or polyester fabrics, it doesn't matter. It's polyester, so it's super strong. $17.99 for 20,000 metres. Now this is going to cover all of your general sewing. I like the way it's got bright white and then off-white and cream. So you've got your 3 different neutrals. Got loads and loads of you with this in your basket now. I'm not surprised. We have got a lot of stock of this, but it's an early bird. So it will either go back up at midnight or sell out. And it's looking like selling out is going to be the first option. So you know how, right, over half of you've got it in your basket now. Quick stock update. You need to be quick. So you know what it's like when you run out of thread. It's so annoying, isn't it? But when you've got 1,000 metres on a spool, that's going to do your quilt, isn't it? Then if you want to do, you think, oh, I need to do a bit of top stitching, or I've got some red fabric. Well, you've got 3 different shades of red there. This is going to cover pretty much anything. With 3 shades of grey, even if you're doing rainbow fabrics, or you know when you're piecing something and it's got all sorts of colours, you don't know which one to choose. This grey is perfect, but also this colour, which is kind of a very pale greeny grey, is absolutely perfect for all your rainbow colours because it will sort of blend in with all of them. Rather than a white that might be stark, if you were sewing together like purple and blue and green, the white would be too much. These 2 are your go-to, will sew on everything. If you're doing free motion embroidery, whether you're or quilting, absolutely perfect. Quick message from Wendy and Devon. I've got the thread, even my embroidery machine likes that. Thank you very much for that message, Wendy. Do you know what? Your input and telling us how it works for your items, it really works, helpful, because I haven't got an embroidery machine, so I wouldn't know. Embroidery machine envy going out to you, Wendy, because I'd quite like one. But it is really lovely thread. It's polyester. It is very strong, and you can use it for all sorts, whether you're a dressmaker, a bag maker, whether you're doing quilts, whether you do home sewing. It is perfect. And isn't it nice to have that selection, that stash? And I think like having the 3 shades of blue is really useful, isn't it? So that's great when you're hemming your jeans, isn't it? Or if you've got lighter ones. You know, if you are constantly mending holes in jeans, which I seem to be, even my kids' friends come around going, oh, can you just mend this hole in my jeans? This is your jean mending kit. Have you got a hole in your jeans, Jess? Yeah, pop them round. Well, those are your jeans ones. Great if you like having to hem school uniforms. You've got your red. Look at that for your school uniforms. Red, yellow, green. Oh, I'd go for that one. There we go. Right. Less than half of the stock is available now. Only $17.99 for 20,000 metres of thread. Where do you get a reel of thread like that for 90p? This is a lovely stash builder. Now, I know there are all different sorts of threads, all different qualities and variegated and shades, different threads for different purposes. But for your go-to multi-purpose, having your stash means that you're not going to run out of colours. This is perfect. And remember, those 2 are your will go with anything threads. I like that one. Hasn't really even got, I don't even know what that colour is. It's light grey, green, I don't know. Sort of a very, very pale camouflage khaki. Mink, Cat calls it. Mink? I've never seen a mink, but it could be. But anyway, those two, they'll go with everything. So I will leave that with you. $17.99. Over half of the stock has gone. Loads and loads of you have got in baskets. 7 of you multi-buying as well. I'm not surprised. I mean, at that price, $17.99, get yourself 40,000 metres. Nice present for somebody as well, just saying. Anyone who's a sewer, I don't think I know anyone who wouldn't go, oh, I don't want that. That is absolutely perfect, isn't it? Would look very nice on your thread spool storage system as well, because it would just, you know, look all nice and colourful. And I think it's nice that they've given you 2 blacks, because that's always very useful, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, and 2 whites, although it is a bright white and an off-white, because sometimes you need a bright white, sometimes you need an off-white. I could spend ages sorting all of these out into colour orders. Anyway, I'll leave that with you. $17.99. Please do get checked out. I will keep you updated as the morning goes on as to how much stock we've got left, but over half of the stock has gone. So, shall we have a look and see what's coming up on today's show? The menu, please, Jessica. So, 8 o'clock, us now. It is time for the Flower Shop Block of the Month, August. I'm going to be showing you that. So loads and loads of you have been waiting for this, and we started this in February. I will be going through how it works. If you've never seen the Flower Shop before, I'll be showing you how it works in just one moment. But it's August and it's sunflowers. I will tell you more in a bit. At 9 o'clock, we've got Nikola Pottinger in with us today. Now, Christmas, this is the 2 shows that we've got from Nicola you are going to love. She's got 4 different kits with her. We've got kits, we've got instructions. She's going to be showing us how to make them. It's all about, 9 o'clock is all about table runners and placemats. Beautiful fabrics. You've got the traditional colourways. You've also got, she's got some kits with beautiful red and white. Sure, they were there a minute ago. I had a table mat. Yeah, no, I had it just there. It disappeared. There's one of the kits is with using Mandy Shaw's fabrics. I knew I had them. I think absolutely gorgeous. And in the kits, there is enough fabric to make. Shall I show you? Look, there's the red and white one. Look. And we have it in more traditional colourways. You can make them in different sizes. All of the fabric is in the kits, even the wadding that you will need as well. That's all coming at 9 o'clock. So if you want to get ahead and have the perfect homemade Christmas table this Christmas, 9 o'clock's for you. At 10 o'clock, I will be back with Amber Makes, and I'm going to do a roundup of our some of our popular kits, some that have gone out of print that we've managed to bring back for you. It's a whole host. We must have about 20 odd different kits for you. Absolutely loads of them. So I'm going to be going through all the kits and showing you all the different things that you can make. So a variety of makes and kits for you. That's at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Nicola will be back with more Christmas makes. Now, these are adorable, aren't they? Reusable crackers. They're great, aren't they? Because they go together with Velcro. In the kits, you get the snap and you get a little hat, and then you can put your own gift in, and then they just Velcro back. So every year you can use the same crackers. The kits are brilliant because they come with this very special extra heavyweight interfacing. They come with the ribbon and the Velcro and all the fabric to make the crackers. These are beautiful. These are flying out on pre-order, and I will show you that in a moment. Now, we've got a couple of kits with this. Again, we've got instructions on their own. We've got the more traditional one, and we've got the red and white, the Mandy Shaw fabric one. You will love these. And we've got napkins and cutlery holders. These are genius. So look at this. I love this. Look, you fold up the little napkin, so that sits on your place. And then you can put your cutlery inside, put your knife and fork in there, so that everybody, when they come and sit at the table, they've got their cutlery there. You could even embroider their name on, or stick it on if you want to use it and you're not sure which guest you're having next year. And then it all opens up. That is fab. They're perfect. If you've got the early bird threads, I'm just saying, if you're thinking about the napkins, the red thread is perfect. Nicola's going to be talking us through how to do them, and in particular focusing on this nifty little mitered corner. Again, available in a variety of colourways. And she's also got a beautiful set of fat quarters with a free pattern. Make yourself a Christmas stocking. Anyway, that's coming up at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Monday. It's Yarn Lane. Of course it is, 12 o'clock. We've got Julie from Juey Jumbo in. Oh, Yes. She's bringing back all of her fantastic jumbo crochet hooks and needles. So if you've never seen Juey Jumbo before, but you like knitting and crochet, you are going to love this. The needles and the crochet hooks are so popular, and they are what they say on they do what they say on the tin. They are jumbo, seriously jumbo. But she's bringing with her as well 2 patterns and fantastic jersey yarn. You know, the stretch jersey made into yarn. She's got some of that with her as well. So let me talk you through about shopping and pre-order, because I know that some of you are watching now, but you're going to go out and take the dog to work. You've got to take the kids. Oh no, you haven't, because it's August. I was about to say take the kids to school. Oh, how could I have even forgotten? It's the summer holidays. Shows that my children are a little bit older now. But you might be going out to work or going to the shops or whatever. So if you want to get ahead, this is how to shop on Sewing Street. What you need to do first is go into www.sewingstreet.com. Now, you can either buy online, there's the website, or you can call us 0800 001. How can you know I say this every week and I can't remember the number? Yeah, 0800 001 4433. How can I not remember that? But it's a UK call centre based just upstairs here. So if it's a free phone number. So if you would rather order by phone, or if you've got any questions, those are the guys to call. It's easier to order on the website only because you can see pictures of everything. So go on to sewingstreet.com. When you get onto the website, click on Watch Live. That's at the top. Then, once you click on there you go, that's the page that you'll get. Everything that is on today's show is on there, but it's in 2 columns. So you've got today's show deals, which are the things that I've already talked about. So at the moment, only the thread is on there because that's all I've talked about. Then you've got coming up on today's show. That's everything that is coming up. So this is where you can get ahead. So if you are collecting the Flower Shop block of the month and you missed March, maybe you can get it there. If you want to make sure that you've got August before it sells out, you can get it there. All you have to do is click on add to basket. Now, in the same way as in the supermarket, it's not yours till you've paid for it. So even if it's in your basket, you need to then check out. So just remember that. It doesn't matter how many times you check out between now and midnight, you will be only charged 1 postage. So don't leave it in your basket thinking, well, I've got it, because it's not yours till you've checked out. Anyway, if you scroll down from there, those are all the items that are going to be on the 8 o'clock show. There's charm squares, there's block of the month kits, we've got the Starflower quilt kit, bit of bag hardware because I'm going to be making a bag. There's August. So if you're collecting the block of the month, you need to get that one checked out now. Then we move down to Nicola's first hour with the placemat kits. Now let me say now that the placemat and the napkin kits are limited. Very limited. We could only get a certain number from Nicola. So if you want to get those, my advice would be get those in your basket and check out before she comes on air. There are several of you who are already shopping ahead on those. So I would say I can see those selling out because we are limited in stock on those. So if you want to get those, remember we have kits and we have instructions only, so you do need to be quick with it. Anyway, if you scroll through there, then that takes us down to 10 o'clock, and this is all the Amber Makes kits. So some of the kits that we have previously sold out of and then brought back, like the Jungle Animals pouches, are back with us. And the supermarket bags, the shoulder bags, we've got all the birdhouse doorstops and kits, the bees, the thatch cottage, oh, there's loads of them. Anyway, if you scroll through there, you can see it is a jam-packed hour. I'm going to have to talk really, really, really fast. And then at 11 o'clock, Nicola will be back. Reusable crackers. Again, we are limited in stock of the kits that Nicola could make for us. So please do. We've got people who already got the crackers in their baskets because they are fab. And there's Juey Jumbos. Look, there's the 2 patterns I was talking about. Look, aren't they lovely? And they are patterns that you make using her crochet hooks and knitting needles. They are limited as well. And then the yarn, I'm loving the yarn. There's pink t-shirt yarn and grey t-shirt yarn. And we haven't got a lot of that. I don't know why. Don't know. So you need to be quick with those. And we've got the 2 sewing machines that we're using today as well. There we go. Loads and loads and loads. Right. So let me just move all my thread. Don't forget to get checked out on this thread. I just got to move it out of the way. I've got so much on my desk. It's mad. Right. There are only 10 of these packs left now and the rest and there's more than that in baskets. So if you want the thread, please do get checked out. Right, let's talk about the flower shop. So have we got the image, Bruce, of the finished quilt? Let me just ask him. It is there in, no, the flower shop quilt, it's, no, the finished flower shop quilt with all the question marks on. Okay, we'll get that in a moment. So the way that the flower shop works is that on Amber May, so Amy and I have designed a different flower for every month. We started it in February, not January, because we started it with Sewing Street's birthday. So every month you get a kit, and on the panel is an illustrated picture of a vase or a jug or something of flowers, and if you collect them all at the end of the year you can make this amazing quilt. It's like the window of a flower shop. So we'll be selling a special quilt finishing panel that you put all of the flowers in, and then you put the finishing panel around it, and it looks like the front window of a flower shop. And we'll show you the image in a moment because we've got it where we've got to so far. So every month you buy the panel and it has the illustrated flowers on it so that you can make it into the quilt. However, I know that not everybody wants to collect all of them. So each month on the panel there are also lots of other pieces for you to make a finished project. So I know that some of you are making the finished project and some of you are keeping the panels to use for the quilt. But on the panel there are two of the finished image, one that's formal and one that's informal, so you can actually make the project and keep the formal flowers to make the quilt. So this is an image, a mock-up image, because I haven't made the quilt yet, of the flower shop so far. So you can see at the top we started with February, then March, April, May, June, July, and we are currently on August. And then every month we will fill it in, and then when we come to January and you finish it off, you'll make up the quilt and you will have like a floral display. It looks like the front window of a flower shop because I've designed it so it's like an attic windows type look. So it looks like the front of a flower shop. So let me start with August and I will work backwards. So this is what the panel looks like. So just to explain to you, in fact, can we do this overhead? Well, I'll show you the size of the panel to start with. It's quite a big panel. Look at all of that. So that's all the panel, beautifully designed by Amy. So this is what you get on the panel. You get the flower arrangement. Now this is the one that you could use in your flower shop quilt because it has a shelf. And all the panels have the same shelf that their display sitting on. This month we've put the sunflowers in a watering can. Now you also get on the panel an informal flower arrangement. You could put this in the window of your flower shop or you could use this for your project. You get two of them so you can choose. Then you also get all the pieces to make the project. So if you love sunflowers and if you're collecting this because you want to put this in your flower shop, that's lovely. If you want to make the project this month, let me show you here, is the crossover body bag. So what I've done with this one is I've put the sunflower arrangement on the front, but I could have put the informal flowers. On the fabric panel are all the pieces to make it. So you've got the back of the bag, you've got all the side gusset, these lovely stripy bits, you've got the lining of the bag, you've got the pieces to make a pocket in your bag. And I've designed it so that the tabs, one is on the front and one is on the back. By doing that rather than being on the sides, they sit across the body. Let me show you better. I'm going to do a little demonstration. So the strap is on there as well. So you can adjust the strap, but by having one on the front and one on the back, it sits flatter. So this is perfect. Take shopping, take on your dog walks. It's fully lined. Let me turn it inside out. It could be reversible, although yes, it could quite easily be reversible actually. Only that I've got the magnetic snap, but you can put the pocket on the inside or the outside. So everything that you need, all the fabric that you need is on the panel. Obviously you will need some wadding for the inside of the bag and a little bit of bag hardware, but that is the crossbody bag. So if you get this panel, you could keep this one to go in your flower shop. You could use the informal flowers to go on the front of your bag, that's up to you. But let me show you the panel. So on it, you get all of the pieces, but you get some extras as well. You get 2 charm squares. You don't need those for the bag, they're just extra freebies. There's all the gussets, there's the strap, there's the front lining, the back lining. You get the front and the back of a gift tag. So if you wanted to just, if maybe you bought somebody some sunflowers, you could make the gift tag and just give that to them. You've got August on there. I know some of you have been buying these because it's a specific birthday, so you could even applique the August label on there. And lots of gratuitous sunflowers to use for your own makes. So that's August. You also get, quite important, you get the instructions that tell you in the kit. So you get the panel and you get the instructions. It tells you exactly how to make the bag, full instructions with photos, and on the front it tells you there how to access the free video tutorial, and there's a QR code there. So if you want to watch, I've filmed making the bag all the way through, all as it goes through, so you can read the instructions, you can watch the video tutorial, you can make your own bag. So in the kit, so just $17.99, you get that whole big panel where you can keep one panel for the flower shop, you can make the bag, you've got all of the instructions, and that's all for just $17.99. Yeah, the panel only comes with the instructions as a kit because you kind of need the instructions. It would be really difficult to do without. And right, and half of the stock of that one has already gone. I am going to show you how to make it in just a moment as well. Good morning, Rebecca. The block of the month is the highlight of my month. Oh, Carol, that's really kind. I've learned a different skill with each month and I've been sewing for years. That's fab. Well, what are you going to learn this month, Carol? You're going to learn how to make a bag, how to put tabs in. I've shown you, I've done, because this, I always find it really confusing. You know when you put a slider in a bag? But I've written the instructions, but I've videoed every stage of this, so you can go under this way, under that way, round that way, through that way. So you can just keep watching it over and over again, because that's the one bit I always think is, because you have to sort of thread it under and over and in and out, but I have videoed the whole of that. So you will learn that this month. Anyway, if you have only just joined the flower shop and you think, oh yeah, I'd like to make that, we have got the rest of the panels as well. So I'm going to go through those. Shall I start with February? So February, now in February, there's the instructions. I'm going to show you the panel. So February was all about snowdrops and grape hyacinths, because that's what you get in February. So there's the illustrated one. Let me show you. This is the project. So the project is the hourglass cushion. So you get the illustrated version here. You get all the fabric pieces to make hourglass blocks to add round the edge of it. And then you get the pieces on the panel for the cushion back as well. So you can learn how to do hourglass piecing. Once you've made this then, if you want to use these instructions with your own fabric, if you've got a nice panel to use in the centre, you can use it for that as well. So that's February. So if you want to collect February's, that's that one. And as with all of them, on the panel itself, look, you've got all of these pieces. So you've got all the squares. These are like the grape hyacinth print. You've got a white spot print. You get 2 bonus charm squares, you get the gift tags, the cushion front and back. You also get lots of flowers and things like the jug, so if you want to add extra applique to it, you can. And obviously you get the informal flowers as well as the formal. So I know a lot of you have been making the projects using the informal one and saving the formal one for the quilt, but entirely up to you. But I mean, for the size of that panel, it was a struggle to for me to persuade them that it could only be $17.99. But I know there's lots of you collecting the whole thing, so it's got to be affordable, hasn't it? So they said I could. Right, let's go on to March. I love March because I love a daffodil. So this was all about the daffodil. So let me show you the panel. So again, all of the block of the months, they all have a full video tutorial where you have a QR code, but you can also go to the Amber Makes website, which is where. Right, so Jess's if I wanted to use the sunflower panel if if I wanted to use this to make that, you can use, and all of the panels are exactly the same size. They're all 12.5 by 12.5 inches. So you can swap them over. The only thing is that all the extra pieces you need are only on that specific panel. But you could use one of the others and mix it in with that, or use your own fabric. So with March, we've done this a little bit different. We've given a lot of extra space around it. It will still cut down to your 12.5 inch square, which you will need for your quilt, but we've made it a bit bigger so we can make this bag. So this is called the shop away bag. So you know how when you go shopping and you want a little bag in your handbag? So that's what it looks like. So if you look on the panel, you see those two triangles. So that's the little bag. But when you then go shopping, you open it up, give it a shake, and there's your bag. Featuring on the front, looks a bit creased because it's been in here for ages. On the front, you've got the illustrated version on one side, and then you've got the informal version on the other side. And then when you've been shopping and you've finished it, I've always got one of these in my handbag, it doesn't even need folding. You just push it back inside. Da-da-da. There you go, and then that just fits in your bag. So on here are all the pieces you need, including the gift tags, the two charm squares, you've got the straps there, and then the two versions, and full instructions, everything you need to know, and including the video tutorial as well. So that's March. But the reason we made those a little bit bigger is so that they were big enough for the bag, but they can still be trimmed down. Right, now March is very limited because over half of the stock has already gone. So do check out on that one. Right, April. April was tulips. Feels kind of tulipy, doesn't it, April? So tulips does feel like forever ago, doesn't it? So they, again, big panel. The April was in a milk churn of tulips, and then the informal flowers, nice little display, and then all the fabric pieces to make the tablet case. So when I designed this, I looked at all the different designs of tablets, whether you've got an iPad or a Kindle, all the different ones. It will fit all of them except for the super maxi ones. There is an iPad sort of Pro Max that it won't fit, but all the different other iPads from the first versions up to the latest ones, and all the other tablets, it will fit. So what you do, and all the pieces are on here, as you can see, all the sort of lining pieces. When you open it up, you put your tablet in here, then it has another pocket here to put whatever else you want in, and then it's got a separate zip pocket, so you've got one pocket, two pockets, so you can keep other things. So I know people like to keep their iPads in, they might have a notebook, particularly if you're going on holiday and you want to keep it padded because it's got wadding in it, and then you want to put you could put your passport and your tickets in there, and then it's got handles, screen cleaners, all that sort of thing, and then a little button. Some people have used them for their Kindle, some people have used them for putting notebooks in and colouring pencils. But all of the pieces are there, even the little button cover, if you want to have a matching button. So cute. And then what you can do, if you want to be really creative, it's got all the extra pieces like the milk churn and the bow and the tulip heads, is you can press bond web onto these pieces, cut them out, press them on top of here, and then it gives you like a 3D appearance, which works really well. In fact, I did that. If I show you this one with the February one, I actually appliqued the jug on top, and it gives it a slightly more 3D appearance. Anyway, and all of the panels are the same. They all have all of that on them. So that is... Oh, Terry says morning from what says. Morning, Terry. Kerry, I thought you said Terry. Who's Terry? I think I don't even know who Terry is. I just said hello. Good morning, Kerry. Terry, morning, Terry. I thought I don't know who Terry is, but I do know who Kerry is, so it's all good. May was peonies. Love peonies. I love peonies. When I got Amy to design this one, I went peonies and maybe cow parsley or something, and she put both of them together, which was fab because I love peonies and I love cow parsley. And luckily Amy does too. That's why I got them. So let me show you May. So this one made this beautiful jug of peonies and cow parsley in a lovely cream jug. Then you get the informal peonies and then loads of pieces. Loads and loads of pieces. So this one you're going to learn how to make flower patchwork blocks. So you've got the flower patchwork, you've got the edges in peony fabric in green gingham and background fabric. I'll have to go and get this one moment and I'll be back. Right, so with this one you get to make a little wall hanging, or it's quite big, it's 20 inches square. You could use it for a big cushion, be good for an outdoor cushion. So let me lay it flat so you can look at it properly. So what I've done is I've put the peonies in the centre, and then round the edge are these flower blocks. So this is what you'll learn with this one, how to make this flower block. This block is brilliant for a border of a quilt. Well, it works well on the hanging, but if you've got a quilt and it's not quite big enough, maybe you've got a design for maybe like a single bed quilt and you want to make a bigger one, this is a great block. You've got the green gingham is on there to put around the edge, and the peony print binding. Everything you need, bar things like wadding and backing fabric, everything you need is on the panel. And then I quilted round it. So for £17.99 you get the full panel. You get the extra display that you can then keep, you could put that in the centre and keep this one for your quilt. And obviously you've got the instructions and the full video tutorial as well. So that's May. June, see I have to try, I'm starting to forget what they actually were. June was sweet peas. Love a sweet pea. You see these are all my favourite flowers, can't you? So June, sweet peas, obviously. There's only 4 of this one left. So if you want the drawstring bucket bag. So look, there's the display of sweet peas. There's only 4 of this kit left now. That's the beautiful glass vase. There's the informal display. And then you've got all of the prints. I love this one that Amy did. Look at that beautiful sweet pea print. Now that makes the drawstring bucket bag, which is fab, because I'll show it to you like this first. So you've got the sweet pea on the front, the display, and then look at that beautiful print. Then the way it works, it's good, it's got a round bottom. So you can, it's great for, because it folds up because it's got wadding in it. It's great for taking on holiday to put your washing in, or your laundry or your shoes or something. It's also a really good storage thing for keeping in the bathroom. You could put fabric in, be good for your knitting, because what I've done as well is to make sure it's all safe, it's got a drawstring top. So whatever you put inside, it has a drawstring. It's fully lined, and all the pieces on the panel with this scaled down version of the sweet peas. So it's great, you could just pop it in your bag, take it on holiday with you, and this one's about to sell out. Only 3 of that one left now, and the rest are in baskets, so you need to be quick with that one. Again, comes with full instructions and a video tutorial as well. So it's a really good pattern to learn how to make how to sew on a circular bottom, but also how to do this drawstring top. But I think I would pop this in my suitcase. I'd fill it with maybe all my underwear, and then I could use it as a laundry bag, or I could just have it in my hotel room and keep all my swimming costumes and things, or toiletries inside. So that's the sweet pea bucket bag. That's June. And then the last one was July, which was all about roses. It had to be, really, didn't it? So we haven't gone traditional flower of the month, because there are specific flower of the months that are designated, I don't know by whom. But what we've done is, some of them have been the specific ones, but they're just the ones that bloom mainly in that month, because obviously flowers bloom over a period of months, or ones that we like. So so for July, kind of roses are very much in full bloom. Now with this one is in a green and white spotty vase. I decided it'd be really good to do a complete log cabin beginner, because we talk about log cabin patchwork all the time. There are various different methods of it. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, so I like to cut all of my strips perfectly to length before I start, whereas some people like to sew them all on and then cut them after. So I've designed this in such a way that when you've done this, and again we've got a full video tutorial, you will know how to do log cabin patchwork. So all of the little pieces are on here, and let me show you the finished cushion. I love this cushion because I think Amy's done a fabulous job of, normally log cabin patchwork is light and dark, but what we've done instead is we've gone pink and purple. So you've got pink on one side and purple on the other. And then I've made the cushion in such a way that once you've finished it, you sew the back to the front along the outer edge, and it gives it this little sort of puffy finish that looks like you've added it on, but actually what you do is just sew the front to the back along the edge. On the panel are all the pieces to make the back, as well as all the pieces. So you see all these log cabin pieces. If I show you the panel now, they're all there. So this is strip 1 and 2, that's 3 and 4. I've made the strips bigger than they need to be so that you cut them to length. So this is a really good skill builder. If you've never done log cabin before, I explain exactly how to do the method in the instructions and the tutorial. All of the measurements are in the instructions because you have to cut these to size, because I wanted you to be able to cut them absolutely perfectly so you get an accurate finish. You can then use that again for other things, because I know lots of you buy panels, you have these centres, because normally with a log cabin you have a little square to start with and keep working your way around, but this is a way of using a bigger panel and having log cabin around it. So all of those strips, they're all there. Oh, and you get your gift tags as normal, and your charm squares and extra roses. And then that's what the display looks like. But you could instead put that in the centre of the cushion. Right, so that's July. And I've already shown you August, so that's where we've got to so far. Now, on top of that, we also decided that a lot of you had said, oh, we love the prints. We really want to have the prints available as smaller pieces. So what we've done is created charm squares. And I'm going to start with August, since that's our first one for you. So if you love the prints, but you want to use them for your own makes, then what we've done, I'll show you this. I'll hold it up. On the panel, there are 40 5-inch squares, just like you'd get with a charm pack, featuring all the prints from the sunflowers. So you've got some miniature versions of the sunflowers. Remember, you get 2 of these on your panel if you buy the kit. You've got the stripes, you've got big sunflowers, you've got 2 gift tags, front and backs, and 40 5-inch squares. So if you love the sunflower, that's the panel for you. So that's August. And there's loads of different things you can make with charm squares. We sell lots of different patterns. I'm always creating different patterns for them. So that's the August one. So shall I go the other way around and go July now? Just for fun. So July is roses. There we go. Look at the colours on there. You've got pinks and purples and prints, and again all the charm squares come with the 2 gift tags on the end. So that's July. Then we have June. June was the sweet peas. I love this one, it's so pretty. This one is, in fact, shall I show it on the desk? Will that be easier for me to actually show you? Let me move my things out of the way. Right, so there's June. So you've got like the miniature versions of the full illustrated panel and the smaller versions, and then all the prints that we've used like that. I love that sweet pea print, that's my favourite. We've got all the smaller versions of the prints, so you can cut all of these out and use them as individual things, or you can use them as one piece. So you could make a cushion from like 9 of them, then you wouldn't even need to cut them out. All of those. Yeah, because sometimes, yeah, Jess, as you're saying, I've seen Wendy Orlando do, where you can, if you like do a zigzag between each square, it actually looks like you've cut them out and joined them together again. You could do it with metallic, yeah. Good idea. So that's June. Then we have May. Now I did actually make a project from this one, just remembered. So this is May. This is all the peonies and where you've got the green gingham. I made a scarf from mine, so I joined them all together, made it reversible, and then you can make an infinity scarf. So you just make a tube, join them all together into a tube. This was just, I didn't do instructions for this, was just to give you an idea. Join them all together in a tube, and then you pop it around your neck. And then if you, oh, leave my glasses. If you put it over your head like that, you get a little scarf, pretty. And then you can make one of those really easy from any charm panel, but that was just an idea for you. And I've probably messed up my mic, but that's what you can make from them, because I did make some. Okay, so that is May. Here we go. Then we had April, which was, oh, tulips. Tulips. So with this one, you've got like the little milk churn. There's even one charm square that's got the milk churn on. Now I did make a project with this one as well. In fact, can we come over to the middle? So I used the broken dishes patchwork design and made this using that charm square panel. So it's just half square triangles. I didn't do instructions for it, this was just to give you a few ideas. So it's just half square triangles, but the way that you arrange them makes it in the broken dishes pattern, and that's what you can make from one charm square. In fact, you could make it bigger than that. I didn't use all the squares. So that's just to give you an idea. So imagine if you bought a few of those and made a whole quilt. I really like that pattern, the broken dishes. It's quite... No, it's a standard pattern. One day I might write some instructions for it. But it's just half square triangles. It's the way that you arrange them. So if you arrange them in one way, it can become a pinwheel. But if you arrange them in that way, it becomes broken dishes. But it's just quite pretty, isn't it? So that is April. Then we did March, which is all the little daffodils. It's really nice. I love the blues and the yellows work really well together. So you've got like big prints of daffodils, and then you've got the smaller ones. And I did make a project with this one as well. I made a cushion. Again, this one is pinwheel, half square triangles at that side. And then on that side, I just sewed them together in, see, if you just sew them in together in simple squares and then use poppers to close it, you could use that. That's such a simple and easy way to make a cushion. So you could go more fussy and go pinwheel, or you can just go squares. And that's what I made from this panel. So I used all the blues for the pinwheels on the front and then all the yellows for the squares in the back. And if you just use snaps, it's a really easy way to do it, isn't it? So that's what I made using the March charm panel. There we go. And then finally, February. And I know it seems odd that we start in February, not January, but we launched it on Sewing Street's birthday, which happened to be February, so. And then February was all about this. February is very limited. We need to get some more done. But this is all about grape hyacinths, crocuses and snowdrops. So you've got that sort of grape hyacinth print here. You've got you've got the illustrated version. You've got individual crocuses. And that one, let me just get the bag down. There we go. I just made a little tote bag. Now from the whole panel you can make, so this is, I mean, you can use this for this idea. So all I did was I sewed together 9 squares for the front, 9 for the back, and there was enough then to line it so it's fully reversible as well. I thought, well, I'm not going to use extra fabric to line it when I've got it on the panel. So I used 9 there, 9 there. There was even enough for the strap. I ran out a little bit. I had to use some plain cotton, about 3 strips. I was like about 2 charm squares short, so I used some plain strip. But so you can very easily make yourself a little reversible tote bag, or use your own lining fabric. You can make 2 tote bags then from one panel, but that's so cute, isn't it? So what I would do is get one panel, $14.99, make yourself 2 tote bags, use your own lining, if you're doing things like, you know, when you're making to sell or you're making for charity, if you've got these on your stall, people just love patchwork, and then with all these pretty prints. And you can, these projects that I'm showing you, we haven't done instructions, therefore they're for inspiration. So you could use these for any of the panels. So that was February. Now, one last thing, just to confuse matters even more, because I started making up these little projects using the charm panels, I thought, actually, wouldn't it be nice to make a whole quilt? So I decided I'd make one for each season. So using March, April and May, that's spring, I made the Starflower quilt, which is hanging behind me. So you can see in the centre of the star flowers are the mini, from the Charm Square panels, illustrated versions of the block of the month. So you've got, well, that's May, that's April, no, that's March, that's April. Then the other prints that are on the charm panels are used around the star flowers. So you can either, to make this whole quilt, this is double bed size, we have got a kit of the whole lot. Love a kit. So if you want to make the whole quilt, I'm just going to tell you, I've just got to read, otherwise, because I forget what size it is. 78 by 78 inches, 78. So there's only 7 of these left. It's a good size quilt, double bed. It will fit a king as well with less of a overlap. You get full instructions and a full video tutorial as well. Details are in the instructions. So in the kit, you will get a March charm pack. I won't open it all up because you've just seen that. An April one and a May. So that's all the prints that you need. You then get 3 plain fabrics. So you get like the mauve, oh gosh, what was that one called? Primrose or Buttercup, and green. So mauve, yellow and green. That's used around the centres on the thing. On here, I decided to put a plain fabric around the blocks. That's used for that. The stars are the prints that are on the charm panels. And then you get 4 meters of ivory background fabric that's used for the rest. There's also enough fabric in these 3 planes that for you to do the binding. I did a scrappy binding because I like the idea of I cut it all into little strips. If you see around the edge of the quilt, you can see that's all. In the tutorial, it explains that. I've also videoed in the tutorial how to cut the binding, how to join the binding together, how to mitre the corners, and then how to join it on the diagonal as well. So all of that, so the whole tutorial will show you the whole process from how to cut out your charm square panel all the way to the end of how to do your binding. We've only got 5 of these kits left now. So you do need to get checked out. But if you've got your own fabric and you like the design, we've also got instructions on their own, because I do explain in the instructions what size pieces you need. So although I've used the charm panels, I've explained these are 5-inch squares. So if you want just the instructions on their own, we do have them. And you can then use your own fabric. It tells you in there, if you want to know before you get the instructions, that code, if you go onto the onto the Sewing Street website, go onto that code FXA483, I've listed on there exactly the fabric that you'll need to buy. So it will tell you, so in advance of you getting the instructions, if you want to check through your stash, if you go onto that code, onto the Sewing Street website, there's a list there of exactly the fabric requirements and the wadding and the backing fabric. Does that make sense? Okay, there we go. That is everything. So I'm going to, woohoo. Shall I move on to the other desk? I'm not sure. I've only got a few minutes left though. Right, I've got a little bit of time to show you, because I did prep this in advance. Now, don't worry too much, because I won't be able to show you loads, because there is a full tutorial with the August bag that will tell you exactly how to do it and all of the instructions as well. So this is to just give you a little taste. Just got to remember what I was going to show you now. I have written it all down. Right, so I'm going to let's start at the beginning. There we go. So you have to start off by making the strap and the tabs. They are made in advance. Really simply, there's the strap. It's a piece of fabric folded in half, right sides together, sewn together, and then turn right sides out. So it's all got sunflowers on it. Then you have to make the little tabs. They're the ones that hang the bag up. So you have 2 tabs, again, just a strip of fabric folded in half, right sides together, and then you top stitch it. Then what you do is to make it into a little D-ring, all you do is fold the strap, the tab through the D-ring and hold it together like this. And then what I do is I like to tack it together at this stage because it can often come undone or start shifting. So when you tack something together, just increase the stitch length to make, because it's only a temporary stitch. If you do it within the seam allowance though, it means that you won't have to undo it afterwards. There we go. So just tap them together. There's that one and that one. There's my slider. I'm going to keep those together. If you're going to make the bag, let me just show you what you will need. You will need 2 D-rings and a slider, and we have got those. Well, just pop the graphics in, because you will need, in the pack you get 4, so you have 2 extra. In fact, you can make 2 bags of this because you get 4 D-rings in that one. You get 2 slide buckles. You need 2 and 1. So that means you can make another one, which is fab. You will also need, we've also got the D-rings in gold if you prefer, but I didn't have the slide buckles in gold. And you will need a magnetic snap. Let me just put those there and go and get my bag. Right. We've got those if you want to get them, because you can see there's a magnetic snap in here, and then you'll need the 2 D-rings and the slider. So if you, the magnetic snaps, I've got them in 2 colours. The silver one is on the screen at the moment. They're only £1.99, but really worth it if you want to make a bag, or you just want it for your own bag hardware. I've popped those in with it. So now I've made my D-rings. Right, next, just got to remember what I was going to do next. Right, so inserting the pocket. Let's talk about pockets. Right, I've just got to find all my bits. So when you do the pocket of the bag, now on my bag, I've put my pocket in the lining, but you could put it on the back of the bag if you prefer, because you might want to have it there. That's entirely up to you. Luckily, the lining piece and the back of the bag are exactly the same size, so the instructions work in exactly the same way. You just need to choose, or just don't put one in. You don't have to, but I've put one in there. So I've got a brown zip with this one. On the panel, you will find the pocket piece. Yes, it's a long one because you fold it in half, and then I'm going to use the back lining for this one. I don't know why, I just think that when you're holding a bag, I think it's nice to have the pocket in the back section, but you could put it in the front. It really won't make any difference at all. I'm just going to get my pen. So what you have to do here is you draw the lines on the pocket. So take the pocket and turn it over to the wrong side. Now what we need is the top. This is the top of the pocket and the short edge. So when you cut out your panel, make sure you cut out the label, because on the fabric panel every piece is labelled. So you can see this one says pocket. Pin it on to the right piece, because you will forget which is which. I forget, so even when I've only just done it. You can take them off as you go along, but it's also a good way of being able to see what the top edge is. So you can keep that in place, or in fact for the pocket you won't need that now. Right, then you have to get a ruler. Now you could use a normal ruler, but I find a rotary ruler is quite good for this, a rotary cutting ruler, because it's got all the measurements marked on it. But honestly, you could just use a tape measure and a pen. This is just a really easy way to do it. So what you do is, because I'm going to measure 2 1/4 inches down from the top. All of this is in the instructions, you don't need to remember this, but you measure down from the top and you just draw a line all the way along, and then you draw another line 1/4 inch below this. So now if you don't have one of these rulers, just use a tape measure and measure down in 2 places and then join the lines up. But this is just a quicker way of doing it if you've got one of these rulers. So those are my lines. Now I need these lines to be a certain length, and they need to be central. So the easiest way to do that is fold it in half to find the middle and just mark that. And then I think I can't remember, I think it's 7 inches long. So I'm going to remember 3.5 from there, and then turn it round. But you know, if you've got any rotary cutting ruler, they're really good for this because you can be guaranteed that your lines are nice and straight. So now I'll turn this around so you can see. And this is how any post box zip you do this way. So you can see I've got 3 lines now. They're all parallel. The outer line is the sewing line, and that line down the center is your cutting line. But to make it easier to turn it out, just draw little diagonal lines from the outside to the center, and those are cutting as well. So remember, the outside line is sewing, the center line is cutting, as are the diagonal lines. So what we do now is take your back lining or your back outer, whichever you decide that you want to put your zip on, place that right side, so make sure the top's at the top, and then put the pocket on top. Match up the raw edges and make sure it's central, which you can do. You could mark and measure it. I'm going to do it vaguely by eye, and then I'm going to just check. If you measure either side, oh, look at that, almost right. There we go. And then pin it into place. And I think I might have just enough time to show you how to do this. Oh, loads of time. So because I don't want to take out these pins while I'm sewing, because it's a lot easier not to, and it also helps to keep things still, put the pins about 1 inch away at least from your sewing, and then they won't get in the way of the machine. So look, you see I've pinned it in together all the way around. Now I'm going to sew around that outer box only. So just when you get to each corner, leave the needle down, lift the foot, turn the fabric, put the foot back down, and then just sew. Now this makes it really easy, because I know a lot of people think, well, I don't like doing zips. Because I've drawn the lines, it's quite simple. So make sure the needle is down in that corner, lift the foot, turn it round, put the foot back down, sew back to the next corner, foot down, foot up, and then sew back along the line. That's why I love drawing lines. Now I've used an erasable friction pen for this, because I can then just press the lines off afterwards. But I mean, to be honest, it's on the wrong side of the fabric, it doesn't really matter too much. But I tend to use these erasable pens all the time anyway, because you can mark things and remove it. So when you've done that, take all the pins out. Now what we're going to do is cut along that line. Let me just get a pair of scissors. We need to cut along the line, so if you fold it in half on the line, you can just make a little snip to get yourself started, and then open it up again, and then cut all the way through. Now we're going through both layers, see, we're going through the front and the back. Snip all the way up to those little diagonal marks, and then snip from the centre up to the edge. Take care that you cut right next to the stitches, but not actually through them. If you go through the stitches by accident, just pop it back under your machine and stitch back over them. By doing these little snippy corner things, it helps to get the post box opening to lie nice and flat. So it's worth doing, but just be careful you don't snip the stitches as you do it. Then you need to get your iron. So this is one thing that people find sometimes a little bit tricky, because you've got to get, oh, there's an ironing mat there already. It's me not concentrating, there's already an ironing mat there. Like Kat's looking at me thinking, what's she doing? You've got to turn this right sides out now, but to help this seam to lie right on the edge, press this seam open at this stage before you do anything. And to do that, just press the top fabric over, and then the little side cornery bits, and then turn it round and press this seam open. This will help you, by doing this extra step, this will help you to get the seam to lie right on the edge. And all of this is in the video tutorial, all of it, because I explain it and talk you through it at the same time. Now get your pocket and post it through. That's why it's called a post box. post it all the way through. Feels like, well, how is this going to work? But it really does. And then turn it over so the pocket is right sides up, and then just ease it. So what the aim here is to get this seam to lay right on the edges. So what I do is match up the raw edges of there, because I know they were matching at the beginning, and then pull this section slightly until it all opens up. So there's a lot of sort of pulling it around and pressing it, but because you press that seam open in the last step, you'll find that a lot easier. And then you just need to roll it between your fingers a little bit to get that seam to lie right on the edge. I mean, you'll need to take time with this. It's not difficult, it's just you have to sort of keep turning it around all the time. Fiddly, but not difficult. And also, the great thing about this pocket is if you don't want to put in a zip, you don't have to. You can just leave it like this. I'll show you that in a moment once I've got all this. When you do yours, obviously, you will take more time than I do. So, make sure it's all nice and flat. Then what you do is if you're going to put a zip in, place your zip underneath. Use a zip that's longer than you need. Put it underneath and then stitch it into place all the way round, and then trim the zip afterwards. Make sure the slider, before you sew it in place, make sure the slider's in the centre. So either glue using a fabric glue pen, or pin it and then stitch it into place. If you don't want to put in a zip, just top stitch around the edge. Then what you'll have is you'll have the opening for a pocket. It won't have a zip, but it'll still be a pocket. Once you've done that, because I know I'm running out of time, take your pocket, fold it up to the top, and then you sew it together down the sides, but not through the front. You have to sew that separately because you don't want to see any sewing there. And then you sew through there, and then you sew across the top, and then that's your pocket complete. So you can use that technique to put a pocket into anything because you're using the same piece of fabric that you're not changing the size of because the pocket is inserted in it. But all of the instructions, I know I haven't gone through the whole thing. It's when you get your kit, it will show you about the video tutorial. All of that is explained. I go through it bit by bit, so you will be fine. Anyway, I think I've gone over time. So the kit that I was just showing you is the brand new August Flower Shop Block of the Month kit. You get the panel with the illustrated flowers like this one on it. Massive panel, and you get all of the pieces to make the bag, including the lining and the strap and the tabs and the gift tags and the extra charm squares and everything. And the instructions and the video tutorial, just $17.99. If you've only just joined the Flower Shop Block of the Month and you want to start collecting them, or if you just think, I just want to make that March bag, then they are all available on the website, as well as the matching charm squares. So, gosh, that was complicated, wasn't it? Right, we're going to go for a short break so I can clear up. And Nicola will be with me in a few minutes' time, showing me how to make the most beautiful Christmas table set. So if you want to have the most gorgeous handmade Christmas table this Christmas, don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there. Wasn't it? Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, I promised you an hour of Christmas, and we've got Nicola with us.
Hello.
Good morning, Nicola.
Morning.
So it's all about Christmas today.
Yes, it starts
So
early.
tell me about Lady Sue and Sue then.
We're Little Miss. So
This Little Miss, where did I get that from?
No, there is another one. called
Right.
Lady So-and-so.
There is, isn't there? So
It's
sorry.
all right, I get it all the time.
I know they're all good so-and-so. So tell me about Little Miss So-and-so.
We've been going since 2017.
Right.
I started selling it was more of a little project, selling fabric online whilst I was sort of at home looking after the children. And it just sort of grew and grew. So then we opened up a shop in the town centre of Eastbourne. Closed that in March 2020.
Yeah, wonder why.
Yeah. And we moved into a small unit sort of close to Eastbourne in Polegate, where we now operate from, because we run a lot of subscriptions and online fabrics.
So you create kits, you write instructions,
Yes.
you do subscription boxes.
Yes.
Wow, that's keeps you busy then.
Really busy, yeah. I've got a few girls working with me,
Okay.
and yeah, we get a lot done. So
Fantastic.
it's really busy.
That's lovely, isn't it? So with your subscription, I presume people sign up and then they get all the projects sent through to them?
Yes, so we've got a number of subscriptions ranging from crafting subscriptions through to dressmaking subscriptions.
Fabulous.
And we've got so much taught, so it's very much an interactive subscription base. So we've got a lot of contact with our customers.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So today you're bringing, well, we've got 2 shows with you, aren't we? But it's all about Christmas. So how did you decide what to make? You know, all these different ideas and kits.
We've been really lucky. We've had over the years lots of sort of different experiences with our kits, learning what our customers really love. I really wanted to do something with our patchwork kits because Victoria Peat, who's designed a lot of the blocks for us.
Right, yes, we know. I mean, you
yeah.
a lot of you will know and heard of Victoria Peat. She's an expert in patchwork quilting and FPP.
Yes, she's amazing
She is
at FPP.
the queen of FPP.
Yes, she really
she?
is. Yeah. So I decided to use one of her blocks from our Patchwork and Quilting Club, and because it's a Ohio star, so there's like 3 different techniques that 3 different blocks that you can make, and I thought it would make a really stunning sort of centerpiece for the table.
Yeah, brilliant. So you kind of learn at the same time.
Yes.
Wow. Let me bring them over and I'll do it over here. Should we start with the placemats? Right, but I need to bring them over. Just leave you on your own for 2 seconds. Bye. So we're going to, Nicola's going to demonstrate you the table runner in a moment, but you can also buy the matching placemats.
Yes.
So there are different colourways and different sizes and instructions and kits.
Yeah, so the instructions will help you. Well,
So let's have a look at the table mats to start with. Now you've made different sizes. Do you have to get different kits or?
No, it's the instructions will help you make the larger size.
Right.
But you can scale down or up depending on the size of your
so
table.
it depends how big your dinner plate is.
Yeah, and how much space you've got on your table.
And does it explain in the instructions how to do that?
Yes.
Oh, fab. So this is one of the kits. This is gorgeous.
Yes.
I love that. So this is Mandy Shaw's red.
It is.
Red
yeah.
work.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. So in the kits, let me make sure I've got the right one. No, not that one. That one. So what do we get in the kit then?
So in the kit you'll receive
Red tissue paper.
yeah, it's a lovely and Christmas
Yeah, it's lovely.
You'll receive the instructions on how to cut and how to make.
Okay, so all of that information is in there.
Yeah, it's all on there.
Right, and then
So we've put enough fabric
beautiful
in.
packaging. I love that.
Yeah, I know. I think it's all part of the
It
experience,
is,
isn't
absolutely.
it? Unwrapping. It's like your own Christmas gift.
Oh no, when I get that, I think, oh yeah, now I want the tissue paper. So how many placemats can we make?
You can make 4.
Oh wow! So you get all of this fabric.
Yes.
Oh, this is lovely, isn't it? Oh, it's so pretty.
And I thought this one was lovely for the centre of the table runner because you can see the
Can
print
you
does
make
everything.
the bigger sizes?
Yes, so
Oh,
there's
okay.
enough to make the bigger sizes,
Right.
but obviously it's up to you if you need to scale it down.
Okay, so you get all of that fabric.
Yep.
Then you get the red fabric that goes around the edge.
Yep.
And it's sent direct from you as well,
Yes,
isn't
it
it?
is.
So this will be, you will get the tissue paper experience because this comes directly from Nicola. Then you get the white fabric.
Yeah, and there should be a piece of wadding somewhere, but I think that's
might have
been taken out of the box. You do receive the wadding to go
yeah, that's fine. I've got it in this
middle.
one. And then you get a little piece of white fabric.
Yeah, that's to help with just the corners.
And then this is for the back.
Yes.
So you've got everything that you need, bar the thread.
Yeah,
everything you need. And then you get the wadding as well.
Yes.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, it's a heat-proof one.
Is it the Thermalam?
Yes.
Yes, it kind of feels felty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's heat resistant
nice
as well.
to work with.
So you've got all of the fabric, the wadding, enough fabric for the front and the back to make 4 placemats.
Yes.
Whoa, that's good, isn't it? So £35, 4 placemats, and this one here, because there's another couple of varieties, variations of fabric. I'll show you them in a minute. But if you want to make the red work one, 4 placemats, that's a really good price as well. Because it's quality fabric.
It's beautiful fabric.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And you think what you'd pay for 4 placemats
Exactly.
with insulated wadding as well. That's lovely, and it's nice as well to have this all sent to you in one thing and to get the right thing, because it's the things like this that aren't as easy to get hold of, aren't they?
And it's knowing what you need and knowing that you've got everything in one kit just to go ahead and make it.
Okay, so that's the red work one. Now we also have it in, I'm going to get the right one, that's the green, this one.
Yeah.
So that's this version. So now which one is this fabric?
So this is Lewis and Irene's Yuletide collection. So
that's beautiful.
It's their new one for this season.
So again, you will get full instructions with this, obviously. And then you get all of this fabric.
Yes.
Wow, there's a lot here, isn't there?
Yeah, so you've got everything that you need to make the placemat. You've got the main feature fabric.
Is this one cream? What did you say, Jess? Is this cream main and red, or red main and cream?
This is cream main.
Main,
red.
right.
So that's the main section that's cream.
So they've got different names. So this is cream main. So you get the beautiful fabric for the centre with the jumping reindeers. I love that.
And you've got the gold metallic running through it, which
gorgeous.
is lovely.
And you get then you get this lovely metallic thread fabric. This goes all around the borders.
Yes.
You get the little piece of the poinsettia that's used for the corners.
Yes.
And then you get the green that's used for the backing, and you get the wadding as well. So you will get the Thermalam that goes with it too. So all of that in the kit for just £35, and this is beautiful fabric.
It is. Lewis and Irene fabric is just stunning. I think they've got a wonderful supplier at their mills, so they've got a really good quality.
Oh, it is beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful quality fabric, isn't it? And I think, this is something you would pay a lot of money for. It feels very designer, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, doesn't it? And I think as well, their prints are always stunning. Their use of colour and
I think you've done a beautiful job with the design, because it's simple, so it's very achievable. A beginner could do this,
absolutely,
but it actually looks really professional, doesn't it?
It does. Thank you.
So I do like that one.
Yeah, I chose not to put binding on it because I wanted to make it more accessible for people to use. So it's created through basically the bagging out process and using a faux binding by top stitching around the edge.
Okay, and that's lovely, isn't it? So somebody who's new to sewing and wanted this Christmas, you could even give them as a gift, couldn't you? They'd make a lovely Christmas gift.
Oh, they would. Yes.
It'd be beautiful to give to somebody. But these is very achievable, and I think there's a real art to be able to design something that's easy but doesn't look easy.
Yes.
But looks quite lovely. Right, and then the final one, because I know it's going to be difficult to choose. But this is the final placemat.
Yeah. So
that's gorgeous.
I think the gold really pops out on this.
It really does, yeah, because although the other one has metallic on it, this one really shows up, doesn't it? So again, there's enough, let me move that one so we don't get confused. There's enough fabric to make all 4 of these placemats. So in the centre, you've got the red print, so that's the one fabric, which has got the reindeers prancing on it. Yeah, you're right. The metallic around the edge of the holly really shows up on that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You've got the lovely holly print that goes around the borders. You've got this little, I love that little stars. And those are just used for the corners. But again, because you've got enough for 4, You've got loads of fabric there, haven't you?
About 8.
Well, yeah, because you actually need 16 of those squares, so there's going to be left over.
A little bit left over.
So when you give them as a gift, you can have a little gift tag with that. You can make some matching coasters. You've got the green fabric that's for the backing, and then you get the insulated wadding so that you can put your dinner plate on it. But you could use them down the centre of the table as well, couldn't you?
You could.
Actually, what would be nice, if you know that you've got 8 people coming for Christmas, you could buy both kits, couldn't you? Mix and match.
It would work
because they
really
would
nicely.
actually, well, you could buy 2 of one, so you could have all the same, but actually they look very nice together, don't they?
They do. It's all from the same collection, and they're all similar colour themes. And
so whether you want red mane or cream mane, or whether you want the red and white one, you just need to choose. We've put all the graphics. Right, the red work is currently the most popular. Loads of you have got that in your basket. Now, I did say at 8 o'clock when I first introduced what we were doing today, we are limited with the stocks on these placemats. Very limited, so if you want them, you need to get them in your basket and check out. £35 for all the materials, including the insulated wadding, for a set of 4 placemats, I think is an absolute bargain. But we also do, if you have your own favourite Christmas fabric and you just would like to make them and you've got your own fabric already, we do have just instructions on their own, which we can send you. These have already started to sell. £12. We have got loads and loads of them in baskets already. Oh, I think we should have a special Christmas price on these though, especially because we've got Jess producing today. So Jess is going to very kindly reduce the price to £8. So if you've got your own fabric, you could do that. Now, don't worry if you've already checked out on these. The way that it works on Sewing Street, that whatever price is our lowest of the day, because your basket is closed at midnight, and at that point we charge you, you will only be charged the lowest price. So don't worry if you've already checked out, you will only be charged the £8. So if you want just the instructions on their own of how to make these, that's £8. So that's the placemats. I will go back over there and I'll keep you updated on stock because, as I said at the beginning, we are very limited on stock at the moment. And there's loads of you who've got those in baskets. But if you want to make the matching table runner, can we show an image of that? I've got them hanging up here, but we've actually got a full image. Look at them even slide. So that's the matching table runner. Let me get the kits for them. So this is where we practice all our patchwork.
Yes. Yes, so these are the fun ones to make.
Can you show this one? Okay, there we go. So this features 2 different stars.
Yes, it's got, well, it's the Ohio star, but there's 2 different versions. So the instructions actually give you 3 different versions, so you can really play about with it.
Oh, I see.
So I chose to use the second version as the centre, and then I put version 1 either side of the centre one, just to give it a bit of.
It's so lovely, isn't it? I really like that.
I just think the colours are stunning. On
Yeah,
this.
no, it's absolutely beautiful. It's a real sort of fresh red and white Christmas,
really
isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
That's gorgeous. But we do have it as a kit, which is handy, because trying to recreate that yourself and get the right fabrics is not always that easy. So let me explain about the instructions. So you get the, these are Victoria's instructions of how to make the actual blocks.
Yes.
With the different versions.
Yes.
So this version is the one that you've used for number 1 and 3.
Yes.
So Victoria P is a real, if you haven't heard of Victoria, why? But if you haven't, she's a patchwork and quilting expert.
She is.
And she's worked with you to design a lot of the blocks.
She's created 24 months worth of blocks, and it's really to teach people to patchwork and quilt from the very beginning all the way through to month 24. So it's 2 lots of 12-month subscriptions where at the end our members have created the most wonderful quilts. They're all using exclusively Lewis and Irene collections, so each month it's a Yeah, it's like a journey through the 12 months because Lewis and Irene fabrics are quite seasonal.
Right,
So-
okay, and she's used them for those. So
Yes.
we get version 2, the Ohio Star and the butterflies, and that's the one that you've used
Yes.
in the centre. But you also get version 3, which is the double Ohio Star. So could you use one of each?
You could
okay.
you could really
Depends how you want to do it.
yeah, and how comfortable you are, or you could use the pattern another time maybe to make a matching cushion.
Yeah,
or,
no, that's true, isn't it? And she's
Yeah.
given you some ideas about moving things round,
Yeah.
change it up a bit. So you get the instructions for all of the blocks. Oh, hang on, are there. You then get the instructions to actually create the table runner itself. So
Yes.
how to turn those blocks into a table runner. And you also get a sheet which has got all the QR codes on, which has the video tutorials.
Yes.
I'm not going to show you that because otherwise you'll see it. But you will get a sheet with the QR codes so that you get a full video tutorial of exactly how to make the Ohio Stars. So if you're a complete beginner, this is a really good way of learning because it's an achievable project. Now, over half of this red and white one has gone already. It's very achievable for a beginner. This could be the beginning of your patchwork journey. If you are more experienced patchwork, then this will be a breeze for you. But if you think, actually, do you know, I would really love to make that this Christmas, you know, I've got a few months left, I'm going to make that, then you've got the full video tutorials. The QR codes will come in your kit. You could do this
Absolutely.
easily.
Yeah.
So, look what you get in the kit. Look at the fabric. So you get, I was going to show you what the main one is. I think that's the main one, isn't it? Beautiful. I love this print. It's really lovely, isn't it? So this is obviously Mandy Shaw's red and white fabric. I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So you get that as the large print. You then get a smaller version of it. And there's enough here to make all 3 blocks in whichever version you want. You get a lovely red and white spot. You can see that's used in, well, all various blocks. I love the gingham.
I do. It really feels Christmassy,
It does,
doesn't
it? It's just so Christmassy.
Yeah.
And it's the same amount of each fabric.
Yes.
So you really can mix and match.
Yes,
You're
you
not
can.
limited. So the order that you've done yours in, you could do it in a different order. if
Yeah,
like.
you can, and there's really good guidance Victoria offers in how to choose your fabrics and how to work them together.
Okay.
So,
Oh, nice. So all of those are in there.
yeah,
You also get some white fabric because you'll need that for the background. This is you get white fabric to back it as well, so you haven't got to add your own backing, and you get the insulated wadding. It's very important because you need a big piece of that. So you get a lovely big piece of that. So for £35, it's extremely good value for money.
it really is.
Because that's a lot of fabric. Now we only have 10 of these left, and there are loads in baskets. We've got more of you who've got it in baskets than we've actually got in stock. So if you want to guarantee you need to check out quickly, because just because it's in your basket doesn't mean to say it's yours. And these are limited. But it's the only way, really, you know, if you want to guarantee that you can make exactly the same and get this fabric, you need to get the kit. And we are oversubscribed for it now. Oh dear.
Oh, it's like a gremlin.
I think it was just a little crack. Oh yeah, that's weird. That fell off the shelf.
And there was no one there.
I wondered what it was. It was one of those little metal suitcase things just fell off. This matches the placemat as well. So if you're thinking about, I want a whole set, remember, if you get the table mat, matching placemat. See, look, if you put them together, how nice would that be? That would be a very stunning Christmas table. You'd be all sorted, wouldn't you? All ready for Christmas. Yeah, Mandy she'll be very proud of you for having that. I mean, it's lovely as well because it's the sort of thing. Do you know, every year on Christmas Eve, and I come to lay my table and I go, why didn't I make a runner? Every year, and I think next year I still haven't done it. It's now August. I need to get on with it.
Yeah, I've got 2 now.
Yes, you have. Maybe this is going to be my year that I actually make because I want to have like this. So that you can just put all your dishes all the way down. And every year I say it and then forget until next Christmas Eve. So, and you get the full instructions. Let me go through the other kit. So I need to keep them all together or I should get confused. So for the other table runner, this is the Lewis and Irene version.
Yeah, so this is more traditional.
This is your traditional one. So let me pull him over. Oh, can we get a close up on this one, or do I need to take him down? Okay. We'll just show you that one. It's hanging up, but we'll just show you the image there. So this is the more traditional version using the Lewis and Irene fabric. Isn't it beautiful? Again, you can choose which of the Ohio stars you put in, because there are 3 different versions and there's enough fabric to make any of them. So you can have all of number 1, all of number 2, or mix and match them. So let me show you the fabric that you get. So you get the lovely cream reindeer.
Yeah.
Again, all wrapped in beautiful red tissue. So you get the cream reindeer. You get that lovely red with the gold edged holly leaves. You get the red poinsettia. These have all got metallic in, you can see. So on your Christmas table, they'll be shimmering. Love that one.
Yeah, it's really stunning, isn't it?
It is really stunning, isn't it? Yeah, that's Lewis now. It's beautiful,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Really stunning. I love the way you've used that for the centre of one of the stars as well. Green fabric for the backing, because then it will match your table mat. And again, you get the big piece of thermolam to line it. So you could use that again if you wanted to have it to match your table mats as well, you can. All the fabric pieces are the same size, so you can move them around. You can put them wherever you want. You will get full instructions, so you will get exactly the same as with the red and white one. You will get the instructions that show you how to make the 3 different Ohio stars, and you get the full instructions for how to construct the table mat as well. Again, £35. Wow. But if you want just the instructions, because I know some of you think, well, I've got my own fabric, or I've got a particular fabric I like, or it needs to go with everything else. We have got just the instructions on the own. But remember, the instructions have the how to construct the table runner, how to make the 3 different versions of the Ohio Star, and also a piece of paper with all of the QR codes that will take you directly to the video tutorials, so that if you're a beginner to this, it's more than achievable. So, and they are £12? £12 for those, because there's more in these. There's more. This is more involved. So these are £12 for the instructions. But this is your starting journey. If you haven't done patchwork before, this is a great way to start. Remember, if you buy the instructions, you can make your table runner as long as you like. You might want it 6 foot long.
Exactly.
Depends on the length of your table. But I guess if you bought the kit, you could just add more fabric, couldn't you?
Yes, you
Some
could.
planes or
yeah,
something.
exactly. You could really make it sort of spread and make it work as big as you need it to be.
Yes, I guess like with this one, if you put some plain reds and whites, you could just spread it out a bit, couldn't you?
Definitely.
Anyway, those are all the different options. Very complicated, I know. So you just need to decide whether you want red and white or whether you want the more traditional Lewis and Irene. And if you want the table mat with the matching placemats, then you need to get checked out on those, because we are very limited in stock. So, Nicola, what are you going to show me how to do then?
Yes, so I'm going to be showing you today how to make some of the squares that go within the version 1 of the Ohio Star.
So this is your simplest version?
Yes, it is.
Right.
It is. Let's move this out of the way. And it's a really great technique that gets taught within the tutorials. I'm going to show you how these all go together. When I'm making anything like this, I get so confused with all the little bits of paper, all the different size fabrics.
Yeah.
So I always label everything first of all, so I know what I've got. And we've got some planes that are going to go with the blender fabrics, which are going to be part of piecing it together later on. So I'm going to put those aside. But I'm going to start working on these 5.5-inch squares, or that's my central block.
So you've cut out everything and labelled. That's a really good idea, isn't it?
Yeah. I always find I've decided which fabrics I want to use for which parts of the block, and if I don't label it, I get myself all confused.
I know, and you think you're going to remember, don't you? But then, then you think, how have I forgotten that? How have I? But it's worth it, even if it's just roughly scribbled on a piece of paper.
Yeah, exactly. It just helps keep my head nice and clear of all the bits of paper.
So remember to label.
So these are my 5.5-inch squares, and we're going to be making these 4.5-inch square triangles.
Okay.
So I'm going to put these aside. So you're going to cut 2 of your fabric 3, 1 of your fabric 1, and 1 of your blender. And this is Lewis and Irene Cream Bumbleberry. I'm going to start off by placing one of the fabric 3s with the fabric 1, and we're going to put them together, and I'm going to draw a line.
Oh, you have to ruler.
Okay, so this is going to be just a diagonal line across the back, and this becomes the cutting line. Okay, so I'm going to use my 1/4 of an inch foot on the sewing machine, and I'm going to line up the 1/4 of an inch foot with the line that I've just drawn. So let's get my pedal. There it is. So I'm going to sew 1/4 of an inch away from the line that I've just drawn on the back of the fabric 1. And then I'm going to turn it around, and again I'm going to line up the edge of the 1/4 of an inch foot with the line that I've just drawn, so I'm sewing 1/4 of an inch the other side of it. Oh, I think it just came unthread. I'll fix this quick.
That's fine. Sometimes happens like that when you cut the thread, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'll do that in just a moment.
Don't worry.
Okay, so once you've sewn both of your lines either side of the diagonal line, I'm just going to cut across.
It's really, I find it really strange watching, because you're left-handed, and it, for me it's like, oh, that looks so wrong.
Everybody who watches me cut anything, whether it's cutting vegetables with a knife, they hate it.
I know, it just feels like that looks really dangerous, but for all the left-handed people that looks absolutely normal. But
I
to
know.
me, I'm like, oh,
I
you're
know.
gonna cut your fingers off.
I do scare everyone. So now I've got these 2 half square triangles. So I'm going to press them towards press the seams towards fabric 3. And then, actually Victoria gives a really good tip. She says first of all to press the line of sewing that you've just sewn, because it warms up the stitches, so that it will lay nice and flat once you've pressed the seams open. Okay, there you go. So I've got those. I'm just going to leave these aside for the moment, and I'm going to go back to my other 2 5.5 inch squares. I'm going to do the same thing, put them right sides together. I will need to quickly just rethread this.
So in the graphics at the moment is the June Taylor cut and press, which is the board that Nicola's been using for pressing. This is fab because, let me show you, on one side it's the pressing board, and on the other side it's a cutting mat. So this is brilliant for any of you who have got a small sewing area space, because it's a cutting mat and a pressing board at the same time. Or if you just want to have this by your machine, maybe you've got your ironing board at the other end of the road or at the other end of the room, but this is really useful. Or it's really good, I know a lot of people have them for when they go to workshops, because otherwise you're always queuing up for the ironing board or the cutting mats. They're really good because they are kind of A3 size, so they're really nice to take with you there. We've got a review there. A great product. I use it all the time now. I'm so pleased with it. They are really useful because they are, fully heat resistant, and then having the cutting mat on the other side.
Brilliant.
Perfect. Right, so...
Okay, so I'm rethreaded.
Okay.
I'm going to draw that line again. So just a diagonal line from corner to corner. Okay, so I'm going to do exactly the same using the 1/4 of an inch foot, use the blade as a guide along the line that I've just drawn. Oh, it's come unthread again.
Okay, don't worry. It's probably, what I find is that if this thing is on, actually you've got the wrong way around, if it's on too tight with some spools, it pulls it to create, there's too much tension, and that when you sew it just comes undone. I've got an L on the machine, and I find that with mine, so it depends on the thread that I'm using. If I've got the spool end holder on too close to it,
Yeah.
there's too much tension on it and it keeps coming undone. But then if it's too loose,
Yeah, and
it
then
falls back
yeah.
all over the place. So I've got, because I use mine all the time, I've got better at what brand of thread I've been using and
what
how
this one
close
is.
the spool holder needs to be. Maybe I'll move it away a bit. There you go.
Okay.
It's the strangest thing.
Try
It doesn't
again.
like too much tension. Give it a go now and see.
Okay. No.
That is strange, isn't it? Why is it coming undone?
I'm just wondering if I quickly change the thread. I've got one in my. I'm just in my little sewing kit.
Okay, I'll let you play with that, and
Yeah.
I'm going to go back and recap the kits because we are getting very low in stock now. So if you want to get the table, the placemat that Nicola's demonstrating at the moment, the red and white one. This is our most popular. Are you doing the placemats? Yes, sorry. I was on table mats. That's all right. So the most popular, if you want to do the Mandy Shaw, the red and white placemats. Right, once everyone's checked out, we've only got 5 of these left. So in the kit, you will get full instructions and you will get all of this fabric as well. So you get the, this is a Mandy Shaw red and white collection. You get enough fabric to make 4 of the biggest size, and the instructions explain how to make a big one or a small one. So you get the red and white, you get this lovely red one with stars that goes all the way around the edges, and then you get a small piece of white fabric that's used for just the little corners, and then a bigger piece of white fabric that is used for the backing, and then you get a piece of thermolam that is used to wad them. So it's everything you need, bar the thread and your time, to make 4 beautiful placemats. Now we've got lots of you multi-buying. Well, that's because a lot of people have more than 4 people for Christmas, don't they? I think they're gorgeous. It's nice to have a set of 8 or 12, isn't it? And then that's it done. And then when Christmas is over, pop them in the washing machine, ready for next year. So those are the red and white Mandy Shaw ones. Right, we are almost selling out of that. So we've got loads of it in baskets. More have got it in baskets than we've actually got available. So you really need to get checked out on that. Now, if you want to make the green one, this is what it's called, Cream Main on the front. Cream Main, okay. That has all the fabrics that you need in that. There's only one of these left, so I won't go through the whole kit for that. So if you want the cream main, you've got the cream Lewis and Irene on the front, then you've got green on the back, and then you've got this lovely red and white. You do need to check out because we've got one left. The final option for the table mats is the red main. So you've got red as the centre with this lovely sort of prancing reindeer in it. All of these fabrics feature gold metallics as well. You've got the lovely holly that goes around the edge. Right, we've only got 6 of these kits left. Remember, it'd be quite nice to mix and match as well. So, and you get the green backing fabric, but remember you do also get the thermolam inside them so that this is heat resistant. It feels like sort of very thick felt, but it's actually a heat resistant wadding so that you can use that to put inside all of them. There's enough in the kit to make 4. You need to get checked out. We have, with all of these now, we've got more people who've got them in their baskets than we've actually got available. Right, so let's go back to our table mats. How's the machine now? It didn't like the thread.
Didn't like the thread, so
it is funny about they're funny, but it's also with spool holders.
I think it is. And
Weirdest thing.
But it's okay because I've sewn, so I went ahead and I've sewn either side of that
Right,
line, so
okay.
I'm ready to cut it. So I'm just going to be careful to cut across that blue line. Okay, so I'm just going to press these as well.
But half of the stock of this one has gone.
So press the seam towards fabric 3.
Okay.
Leave that to cool a bit. There we go. So once you've got your 4,
Has your mic fallen off?
Yeah.
Okay. They said,
I've got all the gremlins today.
That's right. I would know because I can hear you.
Oh, really?
I can't hear you. There it is.
Oh, it's there.
It's there. Is it all right now?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Is that better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Right. Mike gremlins. We've had sewing machine gremlins and now microphone
things
ones.
falling off
And
the
things falling
shelf.
off. That is weird, isn't it? Right.
Okay,
so
so
now
I'm
we've
gonna
sewn them all.
Yeah, I'm going to put these together. So I'm going to put alternate squares on top of alternate squares.
Okay.
Making sure that I'm not laying the holly on top of the holly. I want it the opposite way round.
Right.
Okay, and then I'm just going to line up my edges and also making sure those seams are nested. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So once I've done that, I'm just going to grab a couple of pins just to hold it in place along the seam. And you do just want to spend a little bit of time, you probably have a bit more time than me, just to make sure that those seams are nesting nicely.
So you've got the magic patchwork pins there. Those are so cute. I love them because they're little handles.
They're really cute. I can't pick them up, but
Well, they're just a lot easier to use because they've got little handles.
yeah, they are. I love them.
So cute. That's because they're magic. $19.99 for a pack of 100.
Wow.
And they are fab because you can iron over them, even though they've got like plasticky
Can
handles.
you?
You can iron over them, and you can easily pick up. You don't lose them.
Unless you've got fake nails, you can't really pick an awful lot up with
No,
fingers.
that's why I have. That's why I always have very short nails.
No, really.
Because they always look. I always think my nails look rubbish because they're so short. They're not very good for telly.
I was always, mine were never very good. That's why I went fake.
Yeah, I can't do it. I get to a certain length and then they all just start breaking. I'm rubbish at it.
Yeah, me too.
I think you have to have fake ones, don't you?
Okay, right. So I've pinned both of those together, making sure that my holly is at different sides.
Okay.
So I'm not laying those on top of each other. I'm going to do exactly the same. So I'm going to draw that diagonal line. And I'm going to, let's go over that again. Okay, and so, that was a pin. And I'm going to sew either side of that diagonal line using the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to take those pins out.
And then cut along it.
And then we have
Fab.
these little 4.5 inch square.
Shall I press them
triangles.
for you?
Yes, please, that'd be so helpful.
That's fine. I'm good at pressing. But I don't like ironing. I only like pressing.
Yeah, there's two different things, isn't there?
Yeah. Hate ironing.
Yeah, I do. The only time my ironing board is up is when I'm sewing.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I don't iron any. But I ironed something on my ironing board yesterday and had bits of thread and fabric all over it. like I actually ironed some clothes. So it's no good for that. I can't use my ironing board for ironing clothes.
No.
Because it's just covered in fabric and thread. There we go. Oh, they're so pretty.
They are, aren't they? And I just think it's such an easy technique. But
Well, it
gives
looks
such a stunning
so
effect.
clever, and I think this is why this is perfect for beginners, because that looks really clever. And you know, when you look at that, if you didn't know the technique you use, you think, how have you sewn 4 triangles together and got them to meet so perfectly?
Exactly. It's just a really clever technique, and once you know this technique, you can use it for so many different things as well. You can be as creative as you like.
That's true. Yes. Here we go.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to just use
it.
my ruler to help me square these up to 4.5 inches.
Okay.
So,
So this is where you really do need a ruler.
yeah, because I use the lines on the ruler rather than the board. So I can see here that I'm using the edge. I've got 4.5 inches on the ruler, and I'm just going to trim each side. I'm going to start with one side and then work with the other.
There we go.
Thank you. Right. How long have I got for trimming?
How long have we got, Jess? You've got a couple of minutes.
Okay. So that is how I would do that for all 4, but I
Right,
won't do that now.
Okay, yeah.
But what you would normally do is spend a little bit of time trimming all 4 blocks.
Right.
And then once you've got your blocks, you can start thinking about how you're going to lay them out. So I've got my central block here.
And you've used that lovely, that's beautiful print, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's nice to have that. I mean, I guess you can choose, but I think that was a good choice to put in the
I think
centre.
it's nice to have that light against the dark.
Yeah,
it makes it all pop quite well.
Yeah.
And then I've got my blender corners. And of course, you could even make, maybe a different patch to go in the corner if you wanted.
Oh, that's true.
There's lots of ideas on the instructions.
Right, so that you can use.
Yeah.
You could sort of start with one and go, okay, right, I've got that.
Yeah.
Right, what shall I do next?
Exactly. So I would.
Wow, and you've done that all in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and all you've got to do now is sew each row together, and then piece each row together, and you've got your block.
Brilliant. It's beautiful. So it's very, very simple to do, like you've said. And there is full tutorial for this as well.
Yes, there is, all filmed in real time. So you can pause and you can go back to it as you go along.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. I love it. That's lovely. I'm struggling to decide which one. Maybe this has got to be the year I finally do it. Remember on Christmas Eve. Right, I'm just going to recap the kits. One moment, come back to here. So I'm going to go through the table mats because we did the placemats earlier. So the 2 table mats. Oh, I think I've left the instructions over there. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, the table runner I'm going to do. So if you want the red and white one, the red work one, the Mandy Shaw one, can we show a picture of that, please? Now, we have got loads more of you that have got this in your baskets than we've actually got in stock. If you want this one, you really need to get checked out. We've even got people multi-buying this one. I know, because you've got lots of Christmas tables. I think it's just beautiful. It will just last forever, won't it? Every Christmas it'll be that thing that you bring out and not remember on Christmas Eve that you wish you'd remember to do it like I do. So in the kit you get all of the fabric to make the 3 Ohio stars. You get the instructions of how to construct the table mat, and you also get the instructions of how to make the stars with different variations as well. And you get the thermalam to interline it as well, which means that you can put your pots and pans on it. And then when it's finished, you can just pop it in the machine. I presume it's all fully washable.
Yes, yeah, all 100% cotton.
And then it's all ready to go for next year.
Yeah.
Perfect. So that's the red and white one. Just £35. Do you pre-wash your fabric before you do it?
You can do. I know the Lewis and Irene fabric's already pre-shrunk,
okay,
so you don't need to worry.
I'm far too lazy to pre-wash.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, it's just got to take its chances, to be honest. Yeah. I never pre-wash. I would sometimes with dressmaking fabric I do, because that's kind of more important, but patchwork fabric, never.
A lot of it's pre-shrunk and it's ready to go.
It'll be fine. And it'll all shrink together at the same time anyway. That's my theory. For the Yuletide one, which is the Lewis and Irene one, I'm making sure I've got the right ones now. That's the placemat, this one. Again, you will get full instructions in this one. Over half of the stock of this one has got. So you get the full instructions of how to create the actual table runner. You get the Ohio Star instructions where you can choose from a whole variety of them which combination you want to make. Depends how adventurous you're feeling or how advanced. Maybe start with this, if you're new to patchwork, maybe start with the simplest one, the one that Nicola's just demonstrated, and then you can move up from there. In your kit, I'll show you what's in the kit. You get all of this fabric. Now you get the same quantities of each one, which is great, so it's up to you how you arrange it. So look at these prints, they've all got metallic on. I love this one. Stunning, isn't it? Lovely poinsettia. This is how much fabric you get, lots and lots of it. You get this lovely red print that's got the gold metallic on it, and then you get the Lewis and Irene kind of feature print, I'd say, because it's got the sort of the prancing reindeers. Remember that this is the same fabric that's used in the placemat set as well, and you get the thermalam. So basically you're getting everything bar the thread in your own time to make the whole table runner for £35. Now, if you only want instructions, maybe you've got your own fabric, or maybe you think, oh, I want to make mine longer or slightly different. We have got instructions on the own. The instructions include the booklet that has all the information about the different stars, the separate instructions page that shows you how to put them all together, and there will be a sheet with all the QR codes where you can very easily watch the full video tutorials to make the stars. So if this is your first venture into patchwork, or you're new to sewing, this is a really good, it's an achievable thing. It's the sort of project you can do before you go for the full quilt. Start off with your table runner. Once you've worked that out, it's a really good jumping point to then go on to making a full quilt as well. So that's the instructions on their own are just £12. Now, we are oversubscribed on all of the placemats and the table runners, so if it's in your basket, you need to check out. We'll see you back at 11.
Lovely.
To do crackers.
Yes.
Crackers and napkins.
Yes.
That's going to be lovely. They're beautiful as well. So you can, at 11 o'clock with Nicola, you can complete your whole Christmas table setting. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. We're going to do a whole host of Amber Makes kits. I'm going to go through it. We've got loads and loads of them. A whole different, I'll see how many I can get through. So if you haven't bought any before, if you want to add to your collection, I'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I hope you enjoyed the last hour's fab Christmas makes. I am determined to get my table runner done this Christmas. So this hour is all about Amber makes, and I'm bringing back a few kits, some of them that we've sold out before, some that you might not have seen, so some of them ones originally and more recent. Anyway, all sorts. So I'm going to start with Thatched Cottage. Now this is one of the first kits that we ever did, and I still love it. I always wanted to have a cottage doorstop, but could never find one, so I thought, well, the only way I'm going to get one is to actually design one myself. So this is probably one, maybe that's why we had to do Amber Makes, can't remember, but it was one of the first ones we did. So this is what you make. You make the doorstop, and it's got roses around the door. It has the thatch roof. It's even got chimneys. It's got proper red brick chimneys. It's got a handle. If you turn it around to the side, it's got a little window. It's like one of those proper bulging thatch cottages. There's the back of the cottage. It also has on the panel, and I'll show you that in a moment, a baby one. So you can use the baby one as an ornament, or you can use it as a pin cushion. So you can just pop pins in the top. Also, if you don't sew the roof down on both sides, you can lift it up and use it to keep your needles underneath. So it's like a little baby one. Both are on the panel. So let me show you the panel. Here it is. So you've got all the pieces you need. Now this was one of the great things behind doing Amber Makes and doing these fabric prints is that we could actually have prints that we wanted. So if you wanted to create something like this, you would have to buy some fabric that had thatch on it. Not sure how you do, and you'd need more of it. It would be much more expensive. So Amy drew the thatch, so we've got the thatch roofs. And then I love this whitewash, that kind of sort of slightly dirty whitewash look of an old cottage, a well-used house. And then you've got the bricks on the chimneys, you've got labels so that you can label them if you want to. There's the front of the house with the roses around the door. Now what you can do is what I've done on mine. I'll show you because you can see it better if you're close up. If you look on this one, I've actually embroidered over these. You don't need to, but if you want to, you can embroider. I use like a stem stitch and French knots to give it a 3D look. And then I sewed a little button onto the door. And then I've appliqued the doors on separately. So if you look on the panel, the door is on here. But we've also included the doors and the windows as separate pieces so that you can put some Bonder web underneath and maybe some wadding and applique them on top, and you get that kind of 3D appearance. And then you could embroider other things in the window, like your own cat or a dog. There are window boxes as well. Now the window boxes are separate, you can see here, so you can put those on or not, depending on what you want to do. There's lots of different options. And then there's all the pieces there for the baby one. They've even got the base. It's got like a flagstone base as well, because it's all very accurate. Oh, message. Oh, the cottage is gorgeous. I want to make it into a handbag for Marilyn. What a great idea. Yeah, actually, I would quite like one of those. Then it'd be like one of those designer ones, wouldn't it? Yeah, no, I would love that as a handbag. Maybe we need to think about that. And then all you have to do is fill it with wadding, and I can feel at the bottom, I've got gravel on mine. Maybe Sam would have been better because it's really heavy. But it does come with its handle as well. Anyway, that's the thatch cottage, and I think that is possibly the first one we did, but I can't. First or second, maybe. Going right back to the beginning, because the only way that you can get exactly the right prints is by printing them onto fabric. So there we go. It is a unique one. That's the thatch cottage. Right, let's move on to zip pouches now. So I've got 2 of these. What is in here? These are heavy. So these are called the Pretty Useful pouches, and the reason for that is because they are pretty and useful at the same time. So there are 2 different panels here, the jungle animals one. So in the kit, in the panel, the idea behind these is I wanted you to be able to use them for your toiletries, or whether, you could use this one as a wash bag, and then you get a baby one, you could use that as your cosmetic bag. I actually use the smaller one to keep my fabric clips in, or you could use it to keep your EPP project, or maybe your crochet or your knitting socks. So the reason that I say that is because I've designed them so that the zip extends beyond the edge, because I think when you're using them to put lots of things in, normally a zip would end here, but I've designed it so the zip goes beyond the edge so that you can open it completely. That means that you can get more inside. It makes it a lot easier. It's also, let me move the flower pot, fully lined with a pocket, so that you can then put all extra things inside. All the fabric pieces for the outer and the lining. It could be reversible, although the zip would be in the wrong size. But you could choose, because the outside and the inside are exactly the same. And I know that people have bought this and made 2 bags, and they've used their own lining. So it has like a boxed bottom, and then the fully open zip. So that's one. And then the second one, this one has got a zebra on it. What's on the lining on that one? Oh, it's got flamingos on the inside and a pocket as well. Let me show you the panel. So you get full instructions, and also there is a video tutorial for this. When you get the instructions, it will tell you how to access it, and there's a QR code inside that you can easily get to, or you just visit the Amber Makes website. But there's a full tutorial, because I show you exactly. I know a lot of people think, oh, I can't do zips, but I do it very, very step by step. So this is what you get on the panel. You get the outside of the bag. It's a massive panel, so just $19.99, and you get the outside. There's the lining. You get a spare cheetah. It's a big panel. Then you get the outside and the lining for the little one. Then the pocket is obviously, to make the pocket work, it's lined. So you've got the outside of the pocket, that's the large one, there's the 2 pocket pieces, and the baby one. So I know that people have used this. They've used the lining to make one bag and the outer for another. And because the pocket has an outer lining, again, if you use your own fabric to line the pockets, you've even got then 2 pockets for each. And then you've got 2 little pieces for the ends of the zip tabs, because you've got these go on the ends of the zips here. I love that print. I think Amy's done a fantastic job of these. They're gorgeous, aren't they? I love the animals on them. She's just so clever. They're fab. You see, I tell her, right, I want to make this, and I send her like the rectangles and what they need to be, and this is what I get back. It's beautiful, isn't it? So that's the Jungle Animals Pretty Useful Pouches. So again, it could be your wash bag and your cosmetic bag, all sorts of things. You could use it as a gift bag. Wouldn't it be lovely if you know, even if it was just the little one, if you bought somebody some body lotion and put it in the little one, would be really nice. But it's a really nice technique to learn as well, is how to do a zip opening that opens up beyond. If you've never put in a zip before, then obviously the tutorial will show you how. So it's a really good way of starting that. You know, you need to have used a sewing machine before. You need to have some experience sewing. This wouldn't be my very first ever sewing project. But if you've done a little bit of sewing before, it's a nice technique to learn how to put a zip in that opens up fully with a nice neat finish as well. Now we've also got exactly the same kit but in a different colourway. The blue crochet colourway. Let me find that for you. Oh, there it is. So the idea behind this one is, I love a granny square, gorgeous, aren't they? And I love blue and white. So we've put the two together. Again, I thought this was lovely that you could use it for, you know, that whole kind of bathroom feel of the blue and the white. It'd be lovely for holiday to take away. But it's also to keep your craft projects in because of the crochet. So the outside of the bag is, you know, the granny squares where you get the circle inside the square. You've got that on the outside. But you could keep your crochet hooks in the pocket. You could keep your latest crochet project. I mean, I said I use the small one for my fabric clips, but the big one is really good for keeping all of your crochet accessories. The inside of it, the lining, is a smaller version of the granny square print. And it has a pocket, obviously, so that's really good if you wanted to. Nice if you're taking a project away with you. If you're taking, you know, a project away when you're traveling or you're on holiday or something, it's ideal for that. And then the small one has the granny square print with the blue on the background. And then you've got, it's even tinier print on the inside. So the panel, well, you could do a granny square that small, but you need just ask me if you could do that. You'd need very fine yarn. If you use like a 3-ply, you could. So look, this is the panel. Now, obviously, exactly the same. You get the full instructions, and you get the video tutorial with it as well. So there's the front of the main bag and the lining. And then you've got the front and the back of the smaller bag. You've got the pockets. I mean, it's such a big panel. And you get extra pieces as well, just that you can use. You've got Made with Love labels to put on it. So for just $19.99, you get this really big panel. You get to make 2 bags. You get the full instructions and the video tutorial as well. And once you've learned how to do this, it's great because you can use these pouches for all sorts of things. I've quite often make them for people for gifts. So if I've bought them something, I just put them in the little pouch, and I think it works. It's a really nice thing to do. You don't have to put so much in. I've done them before where I've made them and then just filled one of them with their favourite sweets. So you could just buy a packet of chocolate eclairs, fill it there. But they're really good for using, like I say, I put my fabric clips in because you can open them fully. And if you want to learn that technique, it's a really good place to do that. So that is the crochet version. Right, let's move on to some bags now. We're going to go for the Totally Totes. Now, Totally Totes is something that I love it. If I stand there, it looks like I've got a star above my head. Perfect. I feel like I've got like pokey bits. So the Totally Tote is something that we designed, Amy and I designed on Amber Makes a while ago, and we've done loads of them over the last year. So popular for different themes, but I've just brought back a few of them today. So I've got 3, and let me get them here. Oh, just smack the clock. So here we go. We'll start with the swallows. I absolutely love this one. Now the reason this is called the Totally Tote, because it is totally everything you'd want from a tote. So it's just a Totally Tote. So it's got a nice wide opening. It's got a boxed bottom and quite a deep one, so you can get a lot in it. It has a pocket on the inside which you can put a zip in or not, up to you, and you don't even need to put the pocket in, so it's entirely up to you. Let me take out the pocket. It's even got, it says secret things on it, because it's for secret things. This one I didn't put the zip on, but I put the pocket. You also get on the panel a little zip case, because I think, you know, when you've got a bag, it's nice then you could put separate things in. Maybe if you wanted to keep you know, receipts, or you wanted to keep your money in it, or you wanted to keep your phone in a bag, that matches, and it's exactly the same. So it has the little coloured bottom edge. They are all lined as well with matching prints. So with the swallows one, you've got swallows matching prints. They've got the handles, and when you look at the little case, it has the same matching print inside. So I love this one. So it is the Totally Tote, because it's the right size tote. It's perfect to take shopping. I love this one because you've got these beautiful swallows swooping over the countryside and with all poppies in the fields, and they're the same on the front and the back. And if you see, when you go across the seam from this one side to the other, the landscape joins up. So Jessica, where did you get your inspiration? Most of the designs I do are things that I want. So normally it will have been, well, I really will need a tote bag. So I'll get lots of different tote bags. What's the perfect tote bag? What would I want it to be? Well, I want it to be nice and wide so I can actually put something in it. I need to have handles so it can just go over. I definitely need a pocket. And I actually really like to have a little matching zip purse that I can put things in. And then I give the ideas to Amy, and then she creates beautiful things from them. So that is the swallows one. I will just show you the panel. £19.99. Now this is one of the original ones we did, so it's still at that price, because some of the Totally Totes we've done later have been a little bit more. But look at the size of the panel. So you've got everything for the top of the bag, the base, the lining, and then all the pieces for the zip purse and the pocket and the handles and labels for it. So it's extremely good value for £19.99. Oh, right, yeah, so somebody has said that they've made 2 Totally Totes and used their own lining. Well, yeah, no, because when you join the top to the base, and I've done them as 2 separate pieces because I think they have a very different feel when they're 2 separate pieces joined together. They then become the same size as the lining. So what you can do is, if you use this as a template and cut out 2 lining pieces, then you can actually make 2 totes. You have this as the outside of one and that, or you can use that as the front of one tote and that in the back, and that as the front of another tote and that as the back. Then you've got the handles. There's the pocket that says secret things on it. So that's the Totally Tote in swallows. We've also got it in meadow cottage. Now this is different because this is inspired a little bit by our thatch cottage. So if you love a thatch cottage, on the front you've got the thatch cottage in the daytime, all in a spring meadow with this lovely teal colour underneath. And then if you go over to the back, you've got the thatch cottage at night time with all the flowers. You've got flowers on the outside. The lining, let me show you the lining because I love the lining. There's the lining. Beautiful meadow flowers, and obviously you get the matching zip pouch, which exactly has the same lining as well. Now with this one, I've just put I haven't put a zip in. I wonder if that one has, can't remember which ones I put zip in, but the instructions explain how to put the zips in and not. And then look at the pocket of this one. Secret things with a little cottage. So you've got everything that you need on there, $22.99. Oh, we got a review for this one. Good quality and easy to follow instructions from Susan Essex. Oh, brilliant. That's really good to know, because I wanted this to be a tote that you could easily make. Now, with this one, I've put wadding into this one. So you can keep them plain, like the last one I showed you. You can put wadding in them, or you can put foam interfacing like Bozal inside, and that gives them a more structured look. Entirely up to you. Depends how structured you want your bag to be. If you don't put anything in it at all, like with the Swallows one, you can fold it up and it'll actually fit into the purse. These are very limited in stock, but obviously if you put wadding it won't, but if you want to have it as a very sort of storable bag, then fold it up and it will fit in there. That's the Meadow Cottage one, so I won't open up all the panel for that because it's exactly the same. And then the last one is Autumn Flowers, which is this beautiful, I love the way Amy's done this one. It's a beautiful like oil painting of a vase of flowers, like sort of chrysanthemums. It's got that kind of autumny feel to it. You've got the same vase on the front and the back. The lining is just delicious. Look at the lining. It's the flowers, but as an all over print. I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it? Like I say, you could use that for the back of the bag. I mean, they'd be great to make for Christmas presents. These would be great. Get your Christmas present making in advance. There's the little zip purse that goes with it. But the colours are gorgeous, and it is like an oil painting. And obviously, all of the kits of these kits come with the full-size panel and with full instructions. So look, I'll show you very quickly this panel. There we go. And that's the look. You can see the pocket on that. I mean, the panel is absolutely huge. There's the linings. I mean, the panel on its own would normally be $19.99, let alone with the instructions as well. Shall I hold it up for you? Look, it's massive, isn't it? It's just almost bigger than me. So that's the Totally Totes. Just need to put these out of the way. What shall I do next? I might do flowers, because I love the flowers. Again, now this is definitely something that I wanted. Yes, this was definitely something I wanted. I love a doorstop, collect doorstops, and I always wanted to have a pot of flowers, but I could never find one, so I thought, you know, I'm just going to make one. But obviously this is the beauty of Amber Makes, is that we can print the fabrics that we want. So on the panel you get all the pieces to make both, so you can use this one as a doorstop. That one could be a doorstop as well, just a small one, or I've used mine as a table decoration. Looks really nice in the centre of a table. So you've got the big flowers. They have, each of the flowers has the stem, it has leaves that you can fold down. There's no wood or metal in these, they are just super stuffed. You've got soil on the top, so we've got a print of fabric that looks just like soil. The flower pot itself is like a terracotta print, and we've even got on the bottom of the flower pot, there's a hole, because you need that for drainage. Then the baby one, the flowers are slightly different. These are like tulips more, but again, you can move them around and fold back their leaves to make them more realistic. They've got the same soil on the top and a drainage hole. It's really nice that we can put all of these bits and pieces in. I'm just looking for the kit for that one. I can't see it. Oh, is it underneath something else? There we go. Thank you, Kat. She'd sorted it all out for me. I can't find it. Let me show you. So there's, you get full instructions, and there's a lot of instructions here because I wanted to go through it in a lot of detail, exactly how you make them. So it explains the whole process. But look at the size of this panel. I'll hold it up and then I'll show it. It is massive. It is the same size as me. So let me show you the prints. Now this is where it works so well being able to do the fabric printing, because all of our panels, the seam allowances are included on them. So there are no templates. Really it is just cut it out, sew it together. So the flower pots are already done to size, worked out and how to size. I had to get my son to help me to do that. I could not work out how to make that shape fit a circle. There's a special name for it, and I can't remember what it is. But that is exactly the right shape that will fit the circle. So there's the flower pots. There's the soil. Now the soil is created in 4 pieces so that you can join them together with gaps so that you can poke the flowers in, because the actual stems come right down to the bottom. Because if they were only sewn to the top, they'd fall over, but they go right to the bottom. So you have to have gaps. These are the stems. There's the soil for the large flower pot. You need lots of leaves because the leaves are all got fronts and backs, and they've all got exactly the right print that a leaf would have. The large flower has yellow stamens on top. And then these are all the petals. Now look at the prints. In order to create this sort of multicoloured look, you've got outer petals, but you've also got inner petals. And then you have the yellow stamens there, and that's how you create this multicoloured effect. So it's really important. This is where it would almost be impossible to do this with your own fabric, because you wouldn't be able to create this look where you've got the outside going into the edges of the petals there. Very well written instructions, beautiful graphics printed on good quality fabric from Sarah. Oh, that's great, thank you. That's all I want to know. Perfect. We've even put in, there's a special way to create the soil where you sew the soil together in 4 pieces and then you cut it into a circle. So we've printed the template for the circle on there, and then you can use that for something else. So if you fancy having your very own pair of flowers, there we go, just £19.99. And you just need wadding and, soft toy filling and a bit of wadding. Right, so over half of the stock of these have gone now. If you go onto the website, I have listed on there all the other items you need, which is some soft toy filling and some doorstop filling underneath, just to give them a bit of weight. So that's the flower pots. Right. Where are we going now? I'm going to go to just a set of instructions actually. So most of the kits that we do with Amber Makes are panels as well as instructions, but occasionally we do things that are just instructions, which is what I did with the Store It tote. So we have got it as a kit. Have we got the instructions on their own as well? Oh, we might have just done them as a kit. So this bag, it's like it's called the Store It tote because it is a tote bag. It features the thread spool block. So it features the large thread spool on one side and the 3 little thread spools on the other side. Then there's a pocket in the side, on both sides, and then inside there are pockets as well. So there's absolutely loads. You can store lots of things. So the idea behind this is it's really good to take shopping, but it's also good for storing things. So it's really nice if you want to store a whole project in there, or if you were going on a workshop and you wanted to take something with you. Great for fabric shopping because it features your favourite block. So we've created just instructions for this, but then we put them together in a kit. So £24.99, you get full instructions, including a video tutorial. So some of our earlier kits we didn't have tutorials with because we started doing them more recently. So it's the later kits that have tutorials. We're trying to sort of go back and redo them, but this one does have a full tutorial that explains how to make the thread spool block, how to make it. I've even put in cutting layouts for you, because you can either use fatter quarters or you can use half meters of fabric, but to just make it much simpler, explains how to do all the cutting out. So in the kit you get the instructions. You also get this fatter quarter panel. It's called fatter quarter because a fatter quarter is normally 20 by 22 inches, but these are 19 by 27.5. So you get 4 pieces of fabric on this panel called the Blue Rose. So you get these 4 different prints, and this is what you need to make the whole bag. So this makes the lining, the outer, all the spools, the handles and everything. So those are all the prints that you need. And then you also get a fat quart of grey because you need that for the spool tops, and then you get half a metre of white. Half a metre of white, and that's just used for round the edges of here. So that's everything that you need to make the whole bag. But you can, you will need some wadding as well, but for all the fabric, that's everything you need, just $24.99. Now, if you've got your own fabric and you want just the instructions on their own, then we have got those available as well. Because we don't usually do this, but it's the odd project, $9.99, where I have written these so that you can use your own fabrics. If you go onto the Sewing Street website and put that code in, OEA408, I have listed on there all the fabric and the materials that you will need. So if you want to check your stash to make sure that you've got what you need, it's all on there. So that's the Store It tote. What shall I do next? Oh, let me do mug bags. Love a mug bag. I love a mug bag. Now this I designed. We have two different sorts actually of mug bags, but this one I designed specifically for me, as with many things. So when I used to travel for work and I would stay in like a hotel or an apartment a couple of nights a week, and I hate mugs that you get in apartments or hotels. They're rubbish because they're always too small, and I like a decent sized mug. So I used to get my mug, wrap it in a carrier bag, pop it in my suitcase, and then I'd have it. Or if I go on holiday, I'd always take a mug, and I thought, why don't I just make a bag for it to go in? So this is how the mug bag started. Oh, can't you not see this one? Oh, I thought we had that one. Oh, sorry, to find it. Okay, that's all right. So the idea behind it is that this is padded, so you can pop your mug inside. There's a pocket here that you can then put like tea bags or sachets of hot chocolate inside, or I put a teaspoon in mine because that's got a little teaspoon. And in there is, you can also store, it comes with the mug mat, because you need to be able to put your mug mat, so you can store that in there. So I keep my teaspoons in there, my mug mat, my tea bags. And then once you've put your mug inside, you just fold the button over, and it has a carrying handle as well. On the front of this is called winter warmers. So you've got hot chocolate, there's gingerbread men, holly. So we originally brought this out for Christmas. So if you were buying something, I mean, it's not too Christmassy, it's more wintry. It's a nice present to give someone for Christmas. If you buy them a nice mug, you can pop it over there. All you need is a little bit of elastic. I used face mask elastic, because how many face masks do we have left over? It's perfect for this. It's nice and soft. And then a button to pop over it. So, and it's got a little handle on the top to carry it. This is, you get the instructions, full instructions of how to make it, and then this is the panel. I'll show you this flat. So it's a brilliant Christmas present, and it's perfect because you need lots of funny shapes for this. You've got curved bits, and when you look at the outside of this, the print needs to change direction. This is the bit that goes round all the way around there, so that needs to be that way up, that way up, that way up. And this is the beauty of fabric printing, is that you can move the prints round, but there's no templates. It's even got the seam allowances included. You've got your cut-out corners. There's the mug mat. There's the pouch outer. You've even got extra gingerbread men and hot chocolate that you could use as spare bits to applique. So $14.99. It's lovely if you put a mug inside. Lovely present for somebody, but for yourself, if you're like me, you always want to take your own mug, whether it's to a workshop, whether it's on holiday or just staying in a hotel for the night. That's ideal. So that's number one. But then I also designed a slightly different style that you can use for a slightly different thing. So I wanted a slightly different mug mag. This one's called, this is the hexy patch one. So with this one, it's exactly the same. It will fit your mug bag in. It's padded. It's got a little pocket in to put, like your tea bags, but I've put it with a drawstring top because in this you can sort of keep more. I'm thinking, because it has got also the mug mat, but the other great thing it's got is there's only one of these left. Look, the little purse in the shape of a teacup to put your tea bags in. But this one you can put your lunch in as well. So this is great to put your mug in, put your lunch in. Only one left. And 7 in baskets. Oh, we need to do this one again then. We'll have to bring that one back. Do check out on this one. Let's see. I love that. Just because you can put your lunch in it. I think that's a really good idea, isn't it? It's nice to put your lunch in something. Sold out that one. Oh, let's do the supermarket bags because I love these. This was my sister's idea, actually. She said to me, I get fed up with all of those bags that I have in the back of my car. You know, those, I'm going to go for grocery. You know, you get all of the bags that you have in the boot of your car to take shopping because you don't want to use carrier bags anymore. They need to be reusable. So I wanted something that was big. So I bought loads and loads of supermarket bags. I went to France that last year and I bought some from there. So I had the whole choice. So I picked up all the best bits of the supermarket bags and made them into one. So firstly, they need to fall very small. This is only 8 inches long. So that's what you get in the boot of your car. You can even put that in your handbag. It has a little elastic and a button because it's very important that it rolls up small. Then when we open it up, it's as big as the biggest supermarket bag for life I could find. It has a boxed bottom, so it's really deep as well. And there was one supermarket, their bags had a handle that you could put over your shoulder, which most of them do, but it also had a carrying handle as well. Because sometimes when you've got, I've worked out, if you have 3 bags, you can have one over each shoulder, and then or 4, and you can hold one by the handle. Now look at the size of it. It is as big as the biggest one I could find. So that it folds up nice and small, it doesn't have a lining. I've made it with French seams. If you wanted to, I know some people have put a waterproof like ripstop lining inside, but you don't need to do that. It also works so that there's 2 buttons on it. So, because you know when you put them in the boot of your car, everything falls out. You can loop the elastic over the other button and that holds it shut. So, and the handles feature smaller versions of the front. Now this one is called the grocery one, because it features all the things you'd have in your pantry. Tomato soup, chopped tomatoes, pineapple, baked beans, tomato sauce. And then on this side, we've got flour and sugar. And then the handles have got mini versions of all of those tins. So that's the grocery bag. I mean, these are great to keep for yourself, but again, they're quite a nice gift because who doesn't want one of these? Yeah, Jess wants one. And it's like done like a pantry shelf. So Amy's drawn it so it's got white brick on it. So that's the grocery one. Then obviously, you know, it's nice when you're going shopping, you need different ones depending on what you're going to buy. So then we did the bakery. So again, this one worked. They all work in exactly the same way. They all fold up and roll away. So on one side of this, you've got cakes, custard tarts and cherry bakewells. Oh, it's making me feel hungry. I'd love a big fat slice of Battenberg. And then on the other side, we've got pastries. So we've got bread, pastry twist, pain au chocolat, cinnamon swirl, croissant, baguette. And then because you've got different things on each side, one handle features the the bread, and the other side features the cakes. And again, same as the others, really deep, same size, you know, is massive to put all your shopping in, but folds away really small. And then the final one is the greengrocers, because obviously you need one for your fruit and veg. So it's quite nice if you get all 3, because then you just keep them. I keep mine just in my car, easy to carry, don't forget them. I can pop them in my handbag as well. So on one side of this one, we've got vegetables. I love these. I've been using mine because I did make one from this fabric and test it out for a few weeks first, because there was no point in me making it if it broke, and it didn't. I've attached the handles in a special way. So the actual handles are made from one piece of fabric. They sort of go in and out and round and back, so that there's not lots of ends, because it's the ends where they will come undone. And there is a facing that attaches this on. So you sew the handles on in several places, so they really are super strong. So you've got parsnip, red pepper, carrots, peas in a pod, corn on the cob, chili pepper. And then on the other side, we've got fruit. Watermelon, oranges, blueberries, bunch of grapes. And then all you need is a little bit of elastic and 2 buttons. And then the handles are the same, where you've got vegetables on one handle and fruit on another handle. And then you can choose whether you carry them over your shoulder, and you can have all 3 of them. But they're one of those things. I've made a few as presents for people where you just not sure what to buy them, but everybody loves a nice shopping bag, don't they? Because that's Jess's favourite, the grocery one. I love that one. I don't know. I think it might be the cake one. Not really sure. So that's the Superb Market Bag, $19.99. Shall I just show you what the panel? I'm going to show you one of the panels. So you get full instructions and a full video tutorial. There's the instructions. And this is I will show you one panel, but obviously they're all the same. They've just got different prints on. So there you've got the facings, you've got the handles. You can see the size of the bags here on the panel. It's a massive panel. And you get extra applique bits and pieces as well. I know some people have used like the sauce bottles to applique inside an apron pocket. So that's a Superb Market Bag. Should we do birdhouses next? Let's do birdhouses. Back to my great love of a doorstop. Birdhouses. I love a birdhouse. Couldn't decide what colour. They're exactly the same. They're just different colours. So I couldn't decide what colour, so we did both of them. So $14.99. You get all of the pieces to make the birdhouse doorstop. So you've got the front. The door is separate so that you can do the proper, open it up, and there's the little bird in the nest, because these things are important, aren't they? And you can close the door so he's a bit safe. It has a separate piece. Yeah, just not before you open, because you don't know what's going on in there. There's a separate piece for the perch, and then look round the side, because every self-respecting bird has a picket fence and shutters and a swing to play on. And look, the picket fence goes all the way around, and then it's got a nice slate roof, because this is a very posh birdhouse, and wooden bottom, and then a handle. That's the lavender one. I mean, to be honest, you could just use them as an ornament, could you? That's so cute. That's Lavender Cottage, and then we've got Bluebell. So exactly the same. It's got the little door. A lot of people have bought both of them because they like the 2 colours. And there is the applique piece here I've actually put on, but you don't have to. That one just says Bluebell House, so that's optional whether you put that on. And that one says Lavender House. Yeah, check the blue tit's in. The little hole there. There's the picket fence that goes all the way around the side, because it's very important. I love the swing on the back. I love this. It's just a real talking piece. Nice to have as a doorstop, but it can be just something. Actually, you know, when you have all these ornaments, it's quite nice to have an ornament on the floor. Now, the kit for that is here. Right. So I'll show you the panels. I'll start off with the lavender panel. Right, so this is the panel. Let me show you flat on here. So there we go. We've got so again, the same with all of our kits. There's no templates needed. All seam allowances are included. So all the pieces, because they have to be a very specific shape. I wanted them to be those kind of slopey houses where they're narrow at the bottom than the top. So it's created like that. You've got that shape already. Then the roof is worked out exactly so that it will fit and overhang, because it's quite nice to have an overhang to your roof. Then you've got the sides. You've got the sides of it, the base and the inner roofs. There's the doors. That's the little piece for the perch. And you've even got extra bits. So you've got wellies and a bird bath and a watering can, so that if you want to, you can applique those on. And you get 2 little pieces for the perch. So that's the lavender one. And then we also have the bluebell one. There we go. So that's the Bluebell one. Again, exactly the same piece. It's just $14.99. Comes with full instructions here, and it has a full video tutorial. So this is if this is the first project you've done, you want to make something like this, but you really need to be shown it step by step. It is, if this is one of the first sort of projects you've done and you want to have a go, then it's perfectly achievable. Obviously, it depends on your sewing experience, but I have explained it step by step how to do it. And because you haven't got templates and you haven't got to think about including seam allowances, it makes it a lot easier. And there are things like if you don't want to put the perch on or the door on, they're optional, you can choose. Question. Could you adapt birdhouses into a container and use the roof as a lid? Well, yes, you could quite easily. What you would need to do is, what I would do is, they have got wadding in them already, is that when you sew the roof on, just sew half of it. Don't sew it down on the other side, because there's an inner roof and an outer roof. So when you do the inner roof, you would just have to hem that, rather than at the moment the inner roof is sewn on. So you'd have to adapt it slightly, but it could be done. But I would say in order to be able to do it, you'd have to have a little bit more sewing experience, because you'd probably need to line it and maybe put a foam interfacing in it. But just don't sew the roof down on both sides. So possible, as long as you sort of know what you're doing. Right, then I decided that we'd have peg bags as well, because I love a peg bag. Because I feel like, what else would you have on your washing line but a birdhouse peg bag? This is the Bluebell. So this comes as Bluebell or lavender. Now I've designed these because I didn't want you to have to go and find these certain shaped hangers. So this is just a normal wire hanger that you'd get from a dry cleaner. Nothing special about it at all. So I've designed it from that point of view. So on the front of it, you've got Bluebell House, you've got the little door, you've got the picket fence, which goes around the back, and then you've got them on the swing, and they've got the slate roofs. They go with the door stops beautifully. But then when you open up the peg bag, on the inside, the little bird on his nest is looking out. So if you look at the panel, it'll probably make more sense if I show you on the panel. So you hang it on your line when you're hanging out your washing. Oh, it's got a bit bent, this one. When you're hanging out your washing, and then you just pop your pegs inside, and it looks really cute hanging up. Then this is what the panel looks like. This is a big panel. So you've got, again, it has to be a very specific shape, which is why it makes it so much easier with the kits, because the roof is already printed onto it to make it easier. And you've got 2 extra little charm squares as well, because that was a space. So there's the lining on the inside. That's where you actually cut that piece out. That's a spare bird. Because the way that it is constructed to make it simpler, you see this all, there's a tutorial for it, is you actually sew the lining and the outer together around here, then turn it right sides out, so that you get a nice, neat circular edge without you having to turn anything under or hem anything, because that would be really difficult. Oh, there's a lot of people multi-buying these. Got loads of peg bags. And then there's the back of the peg bag. And again, if you wanted to, there's the bird that's on the nest. They're very simple to make. I know it sounds a bit complicated because you've got that circle, but honestly, once you do it, it makes absolute sense. And it's a really simple and quite a quick and easy make as well. All you need is a wire hanger. I haven't even put any interface in, but it is fully interlined. It is an afternoon make, but it's fully lined, so you haven't got any frayed edges. So that's the Bluebell one, but obviously we had to do the same thing in lavender. So if you want Lavender House, there's Lavender House. Again, they come with the optional applique label. So if you don't want to call it Lavender House, but you want to put the name of your house, that one is appliqued on later. Exactly the same. You've got the bird on the inside, and then you've got the swing on the back, and it's all fully lined. Again, nice little present for somebody. New house, moving home, new washing line. Or yours is just generally frayed, because I do like a peg bag on a coat hanger. And if this one hadn't been folded up in a box, it'd be quite straight. Yeah, I mean, it's fully washable because actually all you do, and I explain in the instructions, because you have to cut the end of the hanger or end of the hangers off, is that just, there's nothing to it. That just goes up through there, you see, and then when you want to put it back in, it will stay in just because of the weight. Oh, I'll put it around the wrong way now. But it will stay just in because of the weight of the pegs, but it will fit just a normal coat hanger. So that's the blue, the lavender one. So again, that's the panel for it. I'll just hold it up very quickly. There we go. There's the panel. One more. What shall I do? Shall I do the craft storage set? Just because I've done a few bags. Right, the final one, because it's up here. Is that the right one? Yes, is the craft storage set. Vintage craft storage set. Now, I really like this because it's like a bucket, so you can get loads in it. It's a great kit because in it, in order for the construction to make it stand up like this, you have to have foam interfacing, and I've used Styleville for this. So in the kit, you get the panel, you get the Styleville, and you get the instructions. So it's everything you need, bar the thread and yourself. So you get in here, you get, oh yes, September, don't let me forget. You've got pockets all the way around to keep all your items in. I keep one of these on my sewing table all the time, and I keep everything in it. So when I clear up at the end of the day, I can just chuck everything in. Or if I'm going maybe into another room to sew, I take it with me. You also get on the panel the pieces to cover a tape measure so it matches. So you will need the little tape measure, but the pieces to cover it. You get the pieces to make a matching pincushion, and the pieces to make, which I saw earlier, the oh, there we go, to make a little scissor holder. So let me show you what the kit looks like. So it's a nice size, but it's a really good thing to keep storage. It's a nice present for somebody as well. So you get the instructions, you get the panel, and you get the foam interfacing as well, which is really, really good value for money because the site, let me just hold up the panel and then we'll do September. There we go. So there you can see all the different pieces that you get on it. So it's fully lined and the pockets are lined, and you get the foam interfacing with it as well. So you're making 4 different projects there in one go. Right, September. I need to just go and get that one moment. I'm coming back. Right, now, I forgot in the last hour when I was talking about at 8 o'clock, when I was talking about block of the month, I wanted to tell you what the next block of the month, which is in September, I think September the 16th, I think. I wanted to show you it. So next block of the month is all about hydrangeas and asters. So Aster, I think, is the September flower of the month, but I love a hydrangea, and hydrangeas, because I have loads in my garden, I feel are great in August and September, full bloom. So this is the storage bucket. It has fully lined. It has the turnover cuff. I've used, again, the foam interfacing in here. Brilliant as a storage bucket. Or wouldn't it look great as a gift to put a whole pot of hydrangeas in? So that's what it will look like. That's the actual block with a beautiful display of hydrangeas with a lovely grey gingham around the outside. And fantastic for tidying up, storing, putting your yarn in, putting all your fabric around, or putting a plant in. Anyway, that's coming up next month. Was it the 16th, Jess? Oh, it's around that date. Anyway, sometime in September. Thank you for joining me for this hour. It was a bit frenetic, wasn't it? I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Nicola. Again, we're going Christmas, and Nicola's got fantastic reusable crackers as well as napkins where you're going to learn some special techniques. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back with you really soon.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's more Christmas. It's more Christmas. Very exciting. So we've got Nicola back with us with 2 kits.
Yes.
2 kits, crackers and napkins. So actually I'm going to come over to you with the crackers and then I'll come back to show you the kits because it's easier. These are fab.
Yeah, they
Aren't they fab?
Yeah.
Look at this. So, you know, we're supposed to reuse everything. A, because it's environmentally sound, and B, because it's cheaper.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so nice to reduce the waste at Christmas.
Well, it is, but also I like the fact that you can then put your own gift in.
Yes.
So show me how it works.
Okay, so this cracker is made up of 2 main pieces, and each piece is attached to a lining which is inside, so everything's fully lined. And they've got this really stiff interfacing which creates the nice shape, so you're not going to lose the shape.
Is that like an iron-on one or a sew-on
Yeah, it's
one?
an iron-on one.
Okay,
yeah,
but really heavy.
Yeah, it is really heavy, and it's quite difficult. Well, not difficult to work with, but it's quite tough. So you have to be quite rough with it.
Right,
so you don't have
okay.
to be worried about being too
But
gentle.
then you get the structure, like the cardboard tube structure.
Exactly, you do, and it works really well. And then it's attached with Velcro. I'm not going to open it just yet, but
Right.
and then inside you can fill it. We put the party hats and the snaps inside.
Right,
so you can
okay,
actually
so you get
create-
them for your first year.
Yes.
And then after go, everyone give me the hat back.
Exactly. And put it back in your cracker for next year.
But you could put then your own gifts in.
You can, which is really lovely because all normal crackers just have plastic.
I know,
taps,
and you
plastic
actually put
taps.
something nice. Because
Yeah.
I'm thinking you could get like a miniature in there, like a little gin.
Well, this
couldn't
is
you?
what I did last Christmas.
Did you? Oh,
That's
see,
exactly
great
what
minds.
I did.
Yeah, you could get a little Baileys in there.
Yeah, we had little gins.
Did you?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I went to a local craft fair and picked up some local gins in miniatures.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that is actually just the right size.
It is, it's perfect.
Or a few little chocolates.
Yeah.
In fact, you could get a few of those like lint, you know.
Yeah, they work really well. My daughter
And
likes
gin.
crystals, so I put some crystals in hers.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's that you can personalise them.
Yeah,
and
that's
they-
really nice. So when we open it up then, so I guess you can, if you, for the first year where you get the snap, because the snap comes with the kit, which I'll show you in a minute, you can pull it, which I
Yeah.
won't do because it'll pull. But once you've opened it,
Yeah.
so you just pull it apart like this. So if one of you's got either end, then the snap will pull. But I don't want to break that.
We could do it.
Okay,
Try it.
let's do
You
it.
might just need to hold on to the snap a little bit.
Okay,
just
right.
to make-
Yeah, who's going to win
To
then?
make sure I've tied the
Okay,
ribbons nice
ready?
and tight.
Hey! So it does work. It comes apart. I've used up my snap now. You get the hat, but you don't get the tape measure. That's your own gift.
I thought I'd just pop that in as a
That's
gift
it, but
today.
it really worked. Though.
Yeah.
It fell out,
yeah.
didn't it? And look at it. So it's held together with Velcro.
Yes.
So let me just go and get one of the kits, because it'd be nice to unpack them, because then you'll be able to see what amazing value these are when you see what you get in them. Right, so these are the instructions on their own. If you want to just buy the instructions, they're £8. Nothing else, but you don't get any of the fabric. But if you want just the instructions, they're on screen at the moment. But if you want the fabric, so we'll start with this one, this colourway, because that's the one you showed me. So this is the Yuletide one, yeah. So you get loads of this.
Yeah, it's enough to make the 4 crackers.
Yeah.
There's probably enough
More.
and some.
I know, I'm thinking there's quite a lot. So everything in this will make 4 crackers. So you've got all of the Velcro, you get the 4 snaps, you get the 4 party hats, and you get the ribbon, because the ribbon is used to tie round the end of here. You get the ribbon. Then you get all the fabric. So I guess you can change. Can you change the combinations of these?
Yeah, exactly. You can. if I was going to make all 4, I would probably change the different combinations, use different tops to different main.
Yeah, I think I would.
Yeah.
So you could make them identical.
You could, yeah.
But I know I'd make them all. So they went
Exactly.
together but were different.
Yeah, yeah.
So you get all of these are beautiful from the Lewis and Irene collection. So they've got metallic on them. So you get that lovely green. And so if you were with us at 9 o'clock when Nicola had the placemats and the table runners, these go with them. So if you bought any of those, or if you haven't, I think we might have a few kits left. We still have a few. So if you want the matching, like I've got the table runners here. That's the green one. I think it's stuck there. And we've got the placemats, and we still. Right, with this kit, when everyone's checked out, we've only got 4 of these left. So this is the perfect set, isn't it? So you'd have the table runner, you'd have the placemats, and then you'd have the crackers.
Yeah.
So you get all of the 4 fabrics, and then you get this. So what sort of interfacing is this?
It's got a number. I know it
Oh,
by
it's just
number.
a number. Oh, it's not a special name. It's just a number.
It might have a special name,
Yeah,
but I know
don't
it by number.
Okay, so you get that, and that's what gives you the toilet roll effect.
Yes,
isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've never seen this. It's like the stuff you make pelmets with, isn't it? But
Yeah, it's really
wow.
top.
And you get full instructions, obviously, with templates.
Yes.
Brilliant. So is this fairly simple then? I mean,
It is,
other than
it's
that
really-
being difficult, annoying, you know,
Yeah,
you have
it's
to be
really
stropping it.
simple. It's just basically it's made out of rectangles. You're piecing together the rectangles, and then you're sewing them into a tube where you're popping this on the back of the lining. You sew it into the tube, and then you just turn it through the right way.
Wow.
That's the bit where you might want to just get a wooden spoon just to help you.
Just
push it
because of
through.
this being
Yeah,
stiff.
but other than that, once you sew the Velcro on before you sew it into a tube, and that's it really, and then it's all ready
Wow.
to fill.
Are they washable? Would you need to wash a cracker?
I don't know. I guess it
Why not?
yeah.
Well, it's
If
cotton.
you need, it's all 100% cotton. It's Lewis and Irene, so it's
Yeah.
pre-shrunk.
Who knows? If you get gravy on your cracker, you'll have to give it a go. Well, it might be. I mean, most of these interfacings normally are,
They're
aren't
really
they?
durable.
We haven't tried it. Right, you need to be quick for this because when everyone who's got it in their basket is checked out, we've sold. And look at everything you get in it. I mean, for £25, that's it. I mean, you pay £25 for a set of crackers anyway, at least.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
exactly.
And
And they're going to last every Christmas.
I know, every Christmas, and the gifts you can put in them. We can have quite a lot of fun with them. And
Yeah.
put something decent in there as well.
Yeah,
Like a miniature bottle of Baileys,
exactly.
which is such a great idea. Yeah, that's what I often put in my table presents. And then you don't need to do the whole table present thing because this is the table present
Yeah,
and the
exactly.
cracker all at the same time. We do have them in the Mandy Shaw colourway as well.
Yes.
Obviously, if you were with us at 9 o'clock with the, you can see it in here, the table, we did the placemats and the table runner in the red and white Mandy Shaw fabric. So matching crackers, these are good. So again, exactly the same. You get the Velcro. Half of the stock is already gone. You get the 4 cracker snaps. Oh, silver ribbon. Oh, I like that. That's nice.
Classy.
That goes really well with the red, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I like that. Oh, and the hats. And then you get gorgeous Mandy Shaw red and white fabrics. Love that. Oh, these will be so lovely to mix and match as well.
They will. It's a really good collection.
It is. Oh, I love the fairy lights one. Oh, and because you put 2 reds and 2 whites, you can really mix and match them, can't you?
Exactly.
Oh, lovely. And then obviously you get that super stiff interfacing. Oh, there's the other 2 hats. And the full instructions as well. I think £25, you are going to use these all the time because normally you've got to get a table present and put that maybe in a gift bag. And then you've got to get the crackers. This is all in one go. £25. Now these are going to sell out. So if you've got them in your basket, you need to get checked out. So we are down to single figures of these now. So if you've got it in your basket, you really, really need to get checked out. So those are the cracker kits, which I will keep you updated on how we're getting on with them. Because I say we are in single figures of stock now. You're going to have to be quick. Just be quick. Because I don't know whether we'll even get them back either. Who knows? And now remember, these are coming directly from you as well, so they will come beautifully wrapped in boxes with tissue paper.
Yes, perfect.
They're gorgeous. Get them now while you can. Right, so you're going to show us today, though, how to do these gorgeous napkins.
I am.
Let me go and get those. I'm going to go and get them and bring them over to you. So this is a great idea. Love these napkins. Should we start? Let's start with red and white this time. So talk me through the napkins then.
So the idea with the napkins is they're not just a napkin. I did bring a teaspoon with. It's the only cutlery I've got. But you would pop your cutlery into the holder. So it starts off as a napkin with the cutlery holder, and then obviously
Save you laying the table.
Yeah, you just pop it in really quick, and then you've got your napkin. We've made these a bit more special because they're mitered corners.
Oh, nice.
And I think mitered corner is actually a really great technique that once you know it, I've used it recently in hemming a dress, which has got a side split, and it gives a really nice finish. But yeah, so you're going to do mitered corners on your napkins, but once folded up, you've got your cutlery holder. So you're totally dressing your table.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Oh, I can imagine this, and I've got my cracker, and I've got my placemat, and I've got my, you need to have the whole lot. But that's such a lovely idea. You could even put the person's name on, couldn't you?
You could.
You'd have to invite them every Christmas then, though. Don't you just have one that says me?
Yeah. I think I might do that.
Yeah, just for you, don't matter about everybody else. But, you know, for your family, like maybe the kids and stuff, you could make one for each of them as well. They could have their own. That's such a nice idea. And again, simple.
Yeah, it's really simple. It's simple, but it's so effective. And
well, it is the sort of thing that that would be so expensive to buy because it's a simple make, but it looks really posh.
Yeah, it does.
Really
and because
like
it's such good cotton, it washes really well.
Yeah,
you can use any stain treatment on it for any
and that's what
spills.
makes the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so we'll start with the red and white one, being as you've got that one there. So in the kit, how many do we make?
4.
Whoa. Oh, and I guess you use a different fabric for each one, so you get one of each fabrics for them.
So these are fat quarters. So
okay. So you get 4 fat quarters. So I guess you use one for the napkin and then a different one for the cutlery holder. And then so you've got, therefore you will have 4. So £25 for it might be worth obviously getting 2 sets. Because then you'd have 8, wouldn't you? What a lovely set. And it is such soft cotton, isn't it?
It is.
Beautiful for a napkin. And nice to be able to learn that technique. Oh, I guess because you've got enough for the napkin and the little bit extra.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, these are gorgeous, aren't they? Wouldn't your table look amazing? And then you see, once you've made them, you've got the instructions then, so you can make some more. So you get 4 fat quarters. These are, you've got the gingham one, the outline drawings, the miniature, and the sort of spotty one.
Yeah.
And full instructions as well. They explain exactly how to make them with a template, because you'll need that.
Yes.
Gorgeous. And they all come in a nice box, a nice gift. So £25, that's for 4. Got loads and loads of these in baskets again. Loads of them. I mean, this is going to be, wouldn't it be the great full Christmas table? And it's only August. Get started now. You'll be done in a couple of weeks and it'll all be ready. On Christmas Eve, you'll go, oh, I made all that, didn't I?
Exactly.
I'm ready to go.
You've done it all.
You will, yeah. I will. I go, oh, I did
Look what I did.
didn't it? It was absolutely brilliant. So that's the red and white version. If you want the more traditional one, that's the Lewis and Irene one, Yuletide. So this is one, the sample of one of the napkins.
Yeah.
Oh, that is lovely, isn't it? I think because you've got this quite deep mitered border, it makes it look really posh, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah. You won't want to be wiping your gravy onto that.
No, definitely not. Yes. Don't wipe your gravy on that. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? And it's really nice that you can put your cutlery in there as well. I think that's such a good idea. Clever. So in this kit, you get these 4 different fabrics. You get this gorgeous, I love it in the black background.
It's really striking.
Yeah, it is. It's really striking because in the placemats you had the red one and the cream one, but it looks lovely in the black, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
So you get that one. Then you get the cream poinsettia fabric. Again, these are all fat quarters, and they've all got that metallic gold on. You get the holly on a black background, and then gorgeous. I mean, the gold really shows up on there. Half the stock of this one has gone. We are getting very low on stock of all of these, so you need to be super quick if you want to get checked out on these. Fantastic. So there's those 2 kits. We are down to single figures of them now, so if you want them, you need to get checked out. But we also do have the instructions on their own. So if you've got your own Christmas fat quarters, remember you will need Well, 1 fat quarter per napkin, really.
Yeah.
Because you then swap them over.
Yeah.
So 1 fat quarter. So if you want the instructions on their own, they are £8. That will give you everything that you need to know, plus the template as well. And then you can use your own fabrics if you prefer. But if you want to use these beautifully selected, the Lewis and Irene fabrics or the Mandy Shaw ones, then you need to get the kits. Right. Okay. I think we've gone through them all. So what are you going to show us then, Nicola?
Well, I thought it'd be interesting to have a look at the mitered corners.
Yes, definitely. I think it's a great technique.
Yeah, it's a really lovely technique, but it's quite a simple one to create. So I've cut my square of my fabric, and it's a 46 centimetre square. It makes a traditional napkin size. I've started off, so I've already just pressed 1 centimetre under to the wrong side of all the edges.
Okay.
So I did that beforehand, just in case I burnt my fingers, because it's quite a narrow. But yeah, it's just 1 centimetre you press up. Once you've done the 1 centimetre, we're then going to press again.
Oh, I'll bring the ironing board
okay.
over to you, so that you're, there you go.
Okay, and we're now going to press under by another 2 centimetres. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure that that's set to 2. Okay. And I'm going to do this all the way around the edge, just going up by 2 centimetres. I love this iron.
I know, it's great.
Every time I
have my own. When we first bought them out, I got one. I absolutely love it.
I think I'm going to have to get one.
The problem is, it's very hard then when you don't, if you use another one, because you expect it to go up.
Yeah, and then you bend.
And I'm used to it now, and it's just brilliant.
Okay. So yeah, a little bit of pressing involved in this. I tend to do it by eye as I go along.
Oh, just careful that doesn't
Oh yeah.
go on the plastic. It's not. You haven't got the biggest board there.
No.
I can give you a bigger one. Would you like?
Oh yeah, that might help.
There
That's
we
loads
go.
better, thank
That's a bit
you.
better, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got plenty of time though, so don't rush.
Okay.
You've got 40 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'll make all 4.
Yes, you can make all 4 of them. So you just need to sort of measure carefully to go all the way around to make sure everything is pressed under.
Yeah. And it's that 2 centimetres is quite important to stick to for the next stage.
Right, so is it important that you really do measure it as you go along to make sure it's exactly the same?
Yes. Oh, it's my tummy. Okay. And I tend to just turn and fold as I go along. Yeah, that's still at 2, and I think I've just got 1 left to do. Okay. It's the most ironing I've done in a long time. Right. Once you've just move that out of the way again.
Okay, yeah, let me move you.
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, once you've done that second fold, we're just going to unfold the second press that we've just done.
Okay, so the 2 centimetre one, I'll
Yeah.
fold that.
And grab an erasable pen. And you're going to measure along 4 centimetres across each corner. Okay. I'm just going to make a little mark each corner at the 4 centimetres. And then I'm going to join up. Oh, can't see that one. I'm going to join up those marks. So I'm just going to make this diagonal line across the corner. Let's do that with each corner.
So what's this measuring gauge?
I use
What
this.
is it?
I I use this when I'm hemming.
Right.
It's quite convenient. It's
So we have got them, £2.99. Sew and knit gauge.
they're great because you can move your red slider across to where you
Right,
need to be,
okay.
and then it just gives you that really accurate point to measure from.
Oh, okay.
So I can see that's my 4 centimetres. Oh, I've done it at 3. Let me just move it back to 4.
Okay. So you just move the little slidey thing.
Yeah, and it is really useful for hemming, especially when you're trying to keep.
Yeah, because you're not having to then open up a tape measure.
No. Okay, dokes.
Okay. So you keep this. You keep the first turn
Yeah, sorry, I
open.
just realised that one was
That's all right.
folded
Now
out.
I just like remind myself.
Yeah, thank you. You've just reminded me as well. There we go. I'll do that one again because that was folded.
Okay.
Yeah, so just that first turn.
That's, you open that out and
Yeah,
then just
because-
measure up from the corner across the folded, the first turned over folded,
Yeah,
right?
not
Got
the
it.
second turn, because the second fold is going to help us shape. It's
okay.
pre-pressed, ready to shape.
So
the
that's why you
corner.
kind of need your erasable pen here
Yes.
then.
Okay. Have I done all 4? Might have one left.
I don't know actually, I don't know.
Just keep on going. No, just that last
Yeah.
one.
So so as long as you fold it over and then you measure, I've got it so far. Are you concentrating, Jess? Because Jess wants to know how to do this. Because I will be testing you at the end. She's getting distracted, but we will be testing her at the end because she wanted to know how to do this.
Okay, that's that bit done. That's all your measuring and your folding. Okay, so now I'm going to fold these corners in on themselves. So I'm just going to fold it right sides together, matching up my 2 marks. And I can just see that little line that I've drawn across.
Oh, yes, through.
Yes, so I'm just going to sew along that line. So I've matched up the edges.
Oh, and I guess because you've drawn it on, you can see it anyway.
Yeah. So I can see exactly where I need to sew. And I'm going to do that to each corner. Fold them together, right sides, and just sew along that little triangle that we've now created.
Oh, so the sew knit gauge, we've only got a few left. I was about to sew on. We've only got 2. They are brilliant. I can't believe they're only £2.99. Yeah, Barry, can you get some more? We do, they're only 2 because they are a fantastic thing, aren't they? I mean, I've seen them before, but I've never actually used one. Sewing knitting gauge, amazing. I guess, yeah, I suppose they're really useful for marking sewing, but they're actually for measuring with knitting. They're really good.
Yeah, see, I'm not a knitter, so I wouldn't. But yeah, my mum is. So
yeah, because that's nice and accurate,
Yeah.
isn't it? Where you need to see exactly. Where you're praying that you've knitted 3 inches, but you haven't. You've done 2.5, and you think, oh, I really don't want to do 2 more rows. Maybe if I stretch it.
Do you knit?
Yes. Yeah. I love knitting.
Love
More
to learn.
crochet, bigger crocheter these
To
days.
learn at the moment.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm struggling.
What are you? Which bit?
I've been trying to follow a pattern, and it's a daisy, and I've got used to holding the hook.
Yeah.
It's just progressing past what I've learned. And
Well, that's the hardest bit, is getting your head round. You need to watch the next show with Julie.
Oh, really?
She does knitting crochet, but she makes massive hooks and needles. So they're like this big.
Really?
The diameter of them. So the crochet hook's like that, and the knitting needles are like this.
Wow.
Fantastic.
I'm going to have to learn. So I'm just snipping these corners. So I've left, it's about 1/4 inch seam. I'm just snipping those off.
So we've sewn out of the sew and knit gauge, but Oh, that's posh. $7.99. Simplicity vintage seam ripper and gauge with pleather covers. So that's the same thing, but it comes with the seam ripper and it's posher. Okay, basically, if you missed out on that one, get the posh one.
Okay, now
Right, so we snipped off the corner.
snipped off the corners, and this is where that second fold comes into
And
place.
how much do you cut off?
Well, I've just left about 1/4 of an inch.
Oh, okay. Right.
So just a little bit of a seam there. And then because we've pre-pressed that second fold,
It's that ghost again.
we were just talking about the ghost.
Should we bring the iron back
Yes.
in?
So I've just turned those back out to the right side.
Oh, let me move my little gauge. Your little gauge. I've now owned it, mine.
Yeah.
Oh, so you just poke them back round?
Poke them back round, and it should all lay nice and flat because we've pre-pressed those seams.
Absolutely. This is genius. I love it. Well, because obviously you don't want to line a napkin. That'd be just too much.
Yeah, it'd be too
So you
thick.
can't. But hemming is not always the easiest, particularly when you get those corners. You end up with a bit of a lumpy bit.
You do. So, that just needs to poke through.
I guess this is where your accurate measuring comes in, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And you can see, because I didn't accurately measure it just there, it's not laying as flat, so which is why you've got to spend some time.
Well, if you're not doing it on TV, then you probably
standing up and
it's very difficult. You're trying to do it quickly.
Exactly.
I'm standing up, but you take time.
You do. You've got all the time in the world. We've got ages until Christmas. But if you're going to have a posh napkin, it's
Well,
it's
also when
Christmas
you're
time.
using quality fabric like this, you don't want to rush it, do you? But
No.
that's really nice and neat. That does look. That is like. That's not just a shop bought, is it? That's
No.
a posh.
Shop boughts
Wouldn't ever be as
have
nice.
mitered. No.
Yeah, I think it's better than.
And I think if you're entertaining at Christmas and you can really create that wow. And there we go. So
No more paper napkins at Christmas ever.
Yeah, so once you've given that all a good press, we're going to sew close to that second fold. So we're going to sew it in place.
All right, I'll move your iron out of the way.
Thank you.
So where do you start? Is there any tips to where you start stitching?
So I'm going to start in one corner. I'm going to start just in that that crease, that fold. So I'm just going to start there, and I'm making sure I'm probably about 2-3 millimeters from the edge of that second fold.
Okay. Oh, so yes, so right in close. I guess you have to sew from the wrong side.
Yes. So do make sure your bobbin's threaded nicely.
That's true. And it's the right colour.
And it's the right colour, yeah.
Because even if you try, I mean, I've tried doing things like that before, sewing from the right side. It never works. You never catch it, do you? Never.
No. I think as well, it's just making sure it's so nice. I think when you've spent so long making the hem look pretty, you want to make sure that it's sewn in the right
But also,
place.
I suppose the fabric is speaking for itself here, isn't it? So it's worth hemming it and sewing it nicely.
Yeah. I'm just going to pivot as I get to each corner. There you go. And you can pin it if you like, but it should all sit nice and flat because of the construction of the corners.
But you could use this method then if you were hemming a tablecloth, couldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
So you're on the final side.
final side. It's come unthread. Okay, so I'll rethread that machine. But there you go. As you can see, I mean, I've just got a little bit more left to sew that side, but that's the mitered corners.
Oh, okay. So I guess you just I'll give that little press for you.
Thank you.
Love a bit of a press. So give it a nice little press all the way round. Bit of steam. We're out of stock of the irons, unfortunately. Not surprised, they're lovely. Love mine. Bit of steam. Has a good steam as well.
All right, re-threaded.
And you see, you don't need to bother with trying to mitre the corners and getting them just right because they're done already.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, you know, when you mitre a corner, you have to make sure, is that folded right? But you know that it is. Right, there's your napkin.
Thank you.
So, pocket.
So yeah, we've just got the pocket. I mean, I
Okay.
will fix my napkin before I go, but
Yeah, that's fine.
the pocket is just 2 pieces.
So you use the template that comes with instructions.
Yes,
You haven't got to guess.
And it's nice. It's got curves. It's just got a nice.
No, it's
nice little
lovely. Well, it
features.
could have just been a rectangle, couldn't it?
Exactly.
But it wouldn't have been as lovely.
Exactly.
So if you're going to put someone's name on it, I guess you've got to do that.
Yes, you do that first before sewing.
Yeah. Would you do that? I don't know. Or would
I'd
you
do
do it
it on-
after you've made the pocket?
I guess it would make it more stable, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Up to you. But don't do it before you sew the pocket on, though.
Absolutely. I'm going to start on the bottom of the pocket. I'm just going to leave a little gap for turning.
Okay. Now I like that little curve. It makes it look much more designed, doesn't it, than just a plain rectangle. You could just put an initial on. You couldn't obviously the whole name, because that'd be
That's
a
a
bit
good
easier,
idea.
wouldn't it?
So just be careful when you get to the top. So you're going to go around that corner, and you're also going to sew around the curve.
So have you got all matching napkins at your house?
I will have.
You will have. Not yet.
No, I did. Yeah, I did mean to do it last Christmas, and the joys of the busyness of Christmas. I should have started it earlier.
Yeah,
So
it always happens.
I
doesn't
have.
it?
Yeah, I will be this year, but my children won't be allowed to use them.
No. Well, maybe you could just make them plain ones in like dark brown.
Yeah.
So right, that's enough. Take that away from you. You can have the dark brown one.
Okay. So I'm just going to snip into the point,
Right.
and so that's got a little bit of space for turning, and I'm going to make a couple of little triangles on the curve,
Okay.
just to make sure that those curves lie flat when I turn it. And I'm going to clip across the corners.
Does that really help with?
Yeah, it just makes sure, it just helps the seams to lie nice and flat, and
Yeah.
not to have any puckers in the curves.
Okay. So it's worth spending a bit of time
Yeah.
cutting teeth.
We do sometimes say as well, you could use pinking shears
yeah,
if
no,
you're
that's
not
true.
too sure with using the scissors for, or if you've got little ones helping you.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because you'd get that look, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I'm just going to clip those corners there as well.
Right.
And then, this is where I wish I put my, I can use my pen. So, and I'm just going to turn it, find those corners.
Well, you could use a point turner,
Yes.
or I use the stick from the turning tubes. That's my favourite thing.
Oh, really?
I'll show you. You know the turning tubes? I know we've
Yeah.
got them here because we've seen them. These are great because they turn and they poke because the sticks.
Oh. God, they're good.
Have you seen these?
No.
These are my favourite tool ever.
Oh, God.
Ever. So, you know when you want to turn like a strap or a tube right sides out?
Yeah.
It is, yes, Jess, the Primtone tool. You put the tube of fabric over here, and then you push the tube of fabric down through there and turns right. Look, I'll see. Look. So say this is your tube of fabric. You get 3 different ones depending on the width of your tube.
That's amazing.
Then you put your tube, so this is your long strap that's like this long or whatever, and you just push your stick through.
Oh, I'm so going to get these.
Is that not
That's
the best
amazing.
thing? But the stick.
I don't know how I've never seen it.
I know. I'm honestly.
And that's
I cannot
perfect.
tell you how many years I've been doing this for, and not known. And then I discovered them, and then you just turn it right sides out.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah.
you get a big one, and then you get the medium one, and then you get the tiny one.
So-
We put the graphics in because these are best. But that has a metal one because obviously the stick would break. So if you're doing like little rouleau loops.
I was just about to say, I've just made a blouse with really loose.
There you go. But the sticks are perfect.
They are.
For
Yeah.
points.
Oh, I'm so going to get those.
I know, I just love them. They're great, aren't they? But I made a little. Oh, so the ones that we've got there, they're exactly the same. They're just, there's 2 of them in that one. You can get sets like this one that have 3, but that's 2 of them. But they do the same thing. But I did make a little bag because they come in like a plastic on a board, and I kept losing the bit, so I have a little bag with a drawstring.
Oh, that's great.
That's just quite useful here that we can show how to do them. But it's just
Brilliant.
the best thing, isn't it? And it's like the simplest thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I
it
can't
is a
believe-
plastic tube.
Especially with this tiny one, that would just be so useful.
I know. But when you're
Absolutely.
doing tiny things, like if you're like little arms with toys and stuff,
Yeah, brilliant.
and it's like a tube of plastic and a stick,
yeah.
but it's genius.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, I'm going to be looking into those straight away.
I know. Well, I discovered them once and went, "How have I not?
No.
How have I not known about these?"
I know.
But you have to. I
I'm
guess
exactly
if no
the
one ever
same.
shows you, you've never.
No, thank you for showing
No, it was
me.
only here, and I was like, "Oh, that's genius!" There we go, and they're great for
Fab.
those.
Yeah, perfect.
Well, because they're pointy but not sharp.
yeah,
pointy.
exactly. 'Cause you don't want to be poking through the corners.
Oh, right. Do you need the ironing board back?
Yes, yes. I've just turned that through. I've just turned under that
Okay. We're talking
gap.
about turning tubes.
Okay, I'm just going to give that a nice
Oh yeah.
press.
Put that back in there before. Because we'll lose it.
Okay, so that's nice and flat.
So you'll be leaving with the iron, the turning.
Yeah, I know. I've got a whole new
We'll
toolbox.
be frisking Nicola as she leaves. Going, what have you got with you?
I've learned nothing.
Oh, I know, but it's nothing better than seeing other people's tools, is there?
I know.
And everyone has their own. You go, oh, why did I not know
Yeah.
about it? It's like that, you see? You've got a gauge. I haven't got a gauge.
I know you need a gauge.
I need a
You
gauge.
do.
I'm going to get the posh one, though, with the pleather cover.
Yeah, I didn't know.
No,
Posh
let's see
ones.
that. Posh one.
Okay, I'm just finding the halfway point for now,
Oh, okay.
just so that I can then
Is
position.
that so? Does it go there so it folds better?
Yeah, you pop it in the middle and then you can fold under the
Oh,
sides.
okay. Whereas if you put it in the corner,
yeah,
I guess it's not as neat, is it?
no,
Or-
it's just going to position it just there.
Well, I guess because of the thirds thing, isn't it? I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice though. And then you could put like a gift in that as well.
You really could. If you were romantic, you could. I was thinking about these crackers and napkins, and man could propose, or a lady could propose
on Christmas Day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that idea.
I'd love to see that happen. If you do that, can you let me know?
Yeah,
But you could put like a little chocolate or something in there.
yeah, you
couldn't
could. After dinner mint.
Bottle of Baileys.
Yeah, that bottle of Bailey.
What would fit?
Okay, so I'm going to sew. Obviously, I'm going to leave the top bit open so you can pop your cutlery in, or your chocolate or diamond rings, and I'm going to sew just along the bottom. And when I top stitch that in place, it will close up that little hole.
Right. So when you buy the kit, I guess you can choose which print you put with which print.
You can, yes.
I suppose you could put the same print. Then that would be a shame, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's up. Yeah, it's entirely up to you if you want to make it all matching or if you want a contrast. I think that's the nice thing about kits is that you can still, even though the instructions are there on how to construct it, you've got your own artistic license on how you create and what you use the fabrics
I like that
for.
though. I always like seeing how everybody else changes things and adapts things, and you think, what a great idea
Yes.
that I'd never thought of that. That's fab, isn't it? No, I love that. I think this is such a nice idea because it just looks really professional.
Yeah, and it's such a simple construction, but it just, I think as well with all the gold or the red works, it's quite a luxurious way to
is.
dress your Christmas table.
Well, and I like the fact you haven't got a rectangular pocket. I think that's really cool.
There you go. So that was
Gorgeous. That's really simple, isn't it?
so simple.
Well, as in time, but
Yeah.
but it is quite a beginner project.
It is.
It's achievable, isn't
Yeah.
it? I mean, obviously you've got to take time to get your measurements right, etc. But that's so lovely.
There you go, and that's how you dress your Christmas table. All
Yeah.
lovely. And pop your teaspoon.
Put your cutlery.
Put
And I
your
guess
cutlery
you
in there.
could just put like a piece of paper with the person's name. couldn't
Yeah, you
so that
could.
it could be like whose was whose.
Yeah.
Genius. I love that. Right, I'm going to talk about fat quarters, so I'm going to bring them over. Then we'll do a final roundup of everything at the end. So, this is a great idea because you've got these fat quarter bundles, but with a free pattern.
Yeah.
What a lovely thing. I think that's really nice. So, I'll go through the bundles in a moment, but in each bundle there are 4
5.
5?
Yeah.
See, I can't, it's because they're folded up, can't
Yeah.
count. There are 5. But with each bundle, you get the free pattern to make this gorgeous stocking. Look. That's a proper size stocking, isn't it, as well? You can get a chocolate orange in there.
Yeah. And you can fold up the top, so if you need to make it bigger to fit more presents in.
Right, oh, I see.
You can
Oh, that's quite
really get
nice, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's got the
Yeah,
option
you could
of-
have like a little clasp on the top. Like,
Yeah.
it needed to be bigger, like a snap or something. So with each bundle of 5 fat quarters is the pattern to do that, and that is, I think if you can get a chocolate orange in size, that's a good size stocking. That's lovely, isn't it? So, and also obviously you need 5 fat quarters. So you can make the stocking, or you can just have a 5, but you will have the pattern, but that's a nice size stocking, I like that. And does that come out with the template and everything?
Yes, you've
Right.
got the template and the instructions.
So bundle number 1, well, this is the one with the red reindeer fabric. I don't know whether they have names. Should we lay them out? Does it have a name?
Yeah, we the collection name. It's
Well-
Lewis and Irene's. I can't remember how to say it. I think it's a Nordic name. Salesgar.
Not gold. It's the one that begins with S.
This one. So we've got the gold. This one's the taupe.
Taupe. It's the
Taupe.
taupe one. Right. Okay. It's right. Oh, Sarselka.
That's it.
That's obviously
Sarselka.
something Swedish, Scandinavian.
Yes.
Sarselka. Lewis and Irene's, okay. With the free lined stocking pattern. So you
Yeah.
get these 5 fat quarters of Lewis and Irene fabric. I like that one because you've got, it's a really nice sort of deep Christmas red, and then you've got that lovely taupe with the arrows on. And then this print here that's grey with the outlines of the reindeers, and then the black stars and the black snowflakes. So that's bundle number 1, which is Sarselka. With, don't forget, they all of these bundles come with the free pattern. Bundle number 2. Is this the, yes, this must be the gold one.
Yeah.
So these are all fat quarters. Let me show you. I won't open them all. There we go. All right, so you get that fat quarter. It's like a really nice claret, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Red.
It's a really deep Christmas red.
Arrows. I think are they arrows or are they pine?
I think they're pine.
Aren't they?
Yeah,
Not arrows.
I know. I
That's
thought that
rubbish,
as well.
isn't it?
But
They're not arrows at all.
No. Yeah, I think the whole Scandinavian theme at Christmas is big. We've noticed, especially in the shop, is just becoming more and more popular.
Oh, is it? Is
Yeah.
that the, yeah, well, I've always loved that though. That's all that kind of red and white and
Yeah.
but then you get quite a lot of neutral, natural colours
Yeah.
with it, don't
Yeah.
you, as well?
Yeah.
Grace, snowflakes, that's in this one. Remember these, all of these bundles come with your free lined stocking pattern. I love this gold because it's a real sort of earthy gold.
It is.
And then you get the black, which has got all the sort of little Christmas elements on it. I love the way you've put all these together because they really work, don't
Yeah.
they? Is that the one you've used for this? That's the one.
Yeah. So I mean,
But you see how it works on this stocking. So
If you-
you've put the gold at the top.
yeah. And if I had time, what I was talking to the girls at work about was I would have made actually a piece of patchwork out of cut lots of squares and then cut out
And then, yeah, that would be really nice.
Yeah.
And would there be enough to do that?
there would, yeah.
That would be gorgeous.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you've still got time.
I know.
After you've made all your napkins and your crackers that you haven't
Yeah.
already got, you can make, I know, I love the idea. So I guess, yeah, if you just patched it together, you could use the template that you get free with the 5 fat quarters, and it's fully lined as well.
Yeah, so I just use fat quarters out the bundle, but if you want to save the fat quarters for another thing, you could just use calico. Calico's
yeah,
a really
that's
good
true.
sturdy lining.
To line it, yeah, and save the fat quarters.
Yeah, so because you're not really going to see the lining.
Yeah, no,
it's
that's
fully
true,
lined,
actually. But yeah, seems a bit of a waste, really, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Although it is lovely, isn't it? You know, when you look inside, I love to see. I always like to put something quite pretty when you're like a liner pocket or something. It's
Yeah,
quite nice to
I love
have,
a
isn't
feature
it?
pocket.
But you think with this, so you could make 2 stockings from the bundle, then
You
couldn't
could.
you? Patchwork's a great idea, though. Right, so that's and this one, that's the final one. And then this one's lovely. The colour, I can't work out whether the background of this is grey or whether it's pinky. Is it a bit pinky or is that just?
Yeah, it's like it's got a bit of everything, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of it's like a very pale pinky grey. The background of it is very soft. This fabric's beautiful, and then you've got all the individual elements of the pine, not the arrows, the reindeers, the snowflakes, and it's a really lovely deep Christmassy colours. So you've got the kind of the green furry colour and the red. So that's bundle number 2, which is called gold, and then the final bundle. What's this one called, Jess? Green. So this one has got the green fur. Lines of fur, not arrows. They look like arrows then. Yeah, it's such a nice palette, and I love this one. Be quite nice to have all of the bundles actually, but that's beautiful, isn't it? Because it's a really sort of deep Christmas red.
It is,
but it's very Scandi.
Yeah, it really does feel Scandi.
I wonder what do you think Sarzelka is a town or something?
Yeah, I should know actually.
What is it? Oh, it's a place in Lapland. Thank you very much, Bruce. There we go. Anyone in particular? It's a place in Lapland. There we go.
And all of Lewis and Irene's collections usually come from their family experiences.
Oh, okay.
So it's because it's a family company.
Yeah.
It's usually got the story behind what the collection.
Oh, right.
And who's
So they probably went
designed
on holiday there then.
Yeah, I think so.
Then you've got the white. Well, it's sort of a. Again, I feel like it's like a pinky tone.
It's got that tone to it, hasn't it?
It's difficult when you put it on the red, but it's got little snowflakes all over. So these fabrics are very, very Scandi, very on trend, beautiful. And then you've got the grey. That's very Scandi, isn't it? The grey with the white outline. Gorgeous. And then finally, we have the black one with all the individual prints all over them of the reindeer and the snowflakes. Gorgeous. And again, remember that comes with the lined stocking pattern. So that's a wonderful collection, quite a nice way. £20 for 5 fat quarters, and that's your Christmas make sorted, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's absolutely perfect. Right, I'm just going to go over and run through the kits again. I'm just going to recap that one. I'll take that one with me. Right, let's start with the crackers. Let's do it. Yes, I'm on Yuletide to start with. So this will make 4 reusable fabric crackers. So just think of the money that you are going to save. So £25, which I mean, you can spend 25. Well, you can spend loads more than that, can't you? I mean, it's ridiculous. But £25, that's it then, because you just reuse them over and over and over again. They are... Right, just saying, we have got 5 of these kits left, but 8 of them are in baskets. So just to remind you that in the kit you get, these are the extra pieces of fabric, you get the Velcro because you need that to hold them together. You get ribbon to tie them together. You get 4 snaps, so that for the first year at least, although I presume you can buy each year, you can buy new snaps.
Yeah, you can.
So if after the first year, you could buy extra ones, couldn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, you could just buy a load of them, couldn't you? And then you could keep having them again.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you don't have to put snaps in, but
it's nice to do.
Snaps.
Yeah, they do. You could buy a load and then have them on Christmas Day and Boxing Day.
Yeah, that's true. But if you don't you don't have to have snaps, and that's quite good actually, because some people don't. You know, like some animals are scared of them, aren't they? But snaps are optional. Party hats, gotta have a party hat. And then you get, this is great. This is instead of using the toilet roll. This is special, really heavyweight interfacing. That's what gives the cracker its structure. And then you get the Lewis and Irene fabric, 4 of them, so that you can mix and match the prints on them. These are the 4 fabrics that you get. So you get this lovely holly and Christmas rose print on dark green. And remember, this matches the napkins that we've just seen. It matches the table runner and the placemats that we had in at 9 o'clock. So if you want a full matching set, you can get the placemat napkin, the crackers, and the table runner all to go together. And then you've got that red fabric and that green fabric. So if you've got this in your basket, you need to get checked out on that, because we have got more of you wanting it than we've actually got in stock. Right, 9 in baskets, 5 left. If it's in your basket, you need to get checked out, because these are going to sell out. Right, so that's the the Lewis and Irene one. Let's go to the red work one next. Again, with this one, once everyone's checked out, this was the last one, isn't it? People, there's a lot of you multi-banner. Well, I get that because, you know, it's £25 for 4, but you often need more than 4. Once you've done it, and I love the idea of actually being organised for once, getting these home, making them, putting them away, and at Christmas thinking, I made those, I've got them, and they're just brilliant. And fairly easy to make. I mean, a bit fiddly because you've got to turn that really stiff interfacing, but other than that, a simple make.
It's really simple, yeah.
There we go, that's what we want to know. So again, you get all the snaps and hats. And these, the red and white one has a nice silver ribbon as well. And it's lovely, it's a proper ribbon, it's not paper ribbon. So I thought it was because it's nice and bouncy, isn't it? And sometimes it looks, but it's proper ribbon, so you can use them over and over again. Loads of Velcro. And then you get these 4 Mandy Shaw red and white fabrics. So you get the red one with the little icons. I love the red stripy one that's got hearts and stars. You get a red starry one. These are about to sell out. You need to be quick. Love the red fairy lights. So you can mix and match these across your crackers. So you can have all of them the same, or you can just put them all different. Depends how you want to do it. And then you get the interfacing. And obviously, both crackers come with full instructions as well as templates. So once you've got your kit and you've got your instructions as well, you can make even more of them. I mean, nice little gift for somebody. You know, when you've got to buy a teacher a present or somebody, you know, a neighbour, you could just give them a fabric cracker with a little gift in, or put them on your tree for unexpected visitors. I always laugh when they say that. I think, oh, people say I have presents for unexpected visitors. Who would turn up unexpected and expect a gift? Oh, actually, Jess says yes, she has spare presents in case someone's bought her one.
Really? That's
Yeah.
lovely.
Well, I guess, yeah, especially if
I'm
you're
not
at
that
work.
organised.
So not that organised. That's really good. That's great. I'm going to buy you a present this year, Jess, because I know that you'll have a spare one. Because you will have the spare present ready for me. Hope it's a fabric cracker. And they obviously come with instructions. Now, we also have instructions on their own for the crackers, which are coming up now. £8. £8. So if you've got your own fabric, so do you need 4 fat quarters?
Yes.
For the 4
Yeah.
crackers, but then you will need this interfacing, won't you? So
Yes.
you do need kind of, I would say it's like pelmet weight.
If you can see something that's extra heavy.
Extra heavy,
Yeah.
okay. So just,
Yeah, extra heavy weight.
and is it sew in or iron on?
Iron on.
Okay, so iron on heavy,
Yeah, yeah.
something like
yeah,
that.
some heavy interfacing.
Yeah,
will
you
work
definitely
really well.
don't want that kind of medium stuff. It needs to feel
No.
toilet roll.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yes, it's not actually called toilet roll interfacing, but it should be. But you need 1 fat quarter per cracker. But it's nice if you're making a few of them to mix and match, like Nicola's done, because it works really well to have them going across the different patterns. So £8, just that's amazing. £8 for the pattern. Right, moving on to napkins. Oh. Open that so fast, the instructions. Let's do Yuletide to start with. So, I've dropped them on the floor, I'll pick them up in a minute. I'll pinch them out of this one. So, in the Yuletide napkins, this is the one that Nicola was actually demonstrating with. So, this is what it looks like. So, it's fab. If you've only just tuned in, because I know lots of people tune in at the last minute, that's what it looks like. So, you get the napkin, which is beautifully hemmed with a mitered corner. Very lovely. And then you've got the pocket in the centre that you put your cutlery in, and then when you come to your table setting, you see you don't need to do place cards or anything. You can just fold it up like that, pop the cutlery inside, then you could put a little card with their name on it, or embroider their name on if you were feeling very organised, and then that goes on the table setting. So in the Yuletide one, you've got full instructions, and then you get a fat quarter of each of these beautiful Lewis and Irene fabrics. And I like the fact Nicola's chosen dark fabrics, because people will be wiping their mouths on them.
Exactly why we chose the dark fabric.
Yeah, so why do places always have white fabric, white napkins, don't they?
Yeah.
And never, you know, red wine, you've had it, haven't you?
Yeah.
So you've got these beautiful ones. There we go. So there's those four beautiful fabrics. Then we have exactly the same, but in the red and white. So if you want to make the whole matching set, in the red and white version, which is the Mandy Shaw fabrics, these are the 4 fabrics that you get. So you get the white outline. Right, so when everyone's checked out of the red and white one, we have only got 7 left. So you need to get a move on because you're going to miss out, and that's a shame. So those are the 4 you get, and that's just an example of one of the napkins. So that's brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Nicola. It's been brilliant. You've inspired me to get organised for Christmas now. I just can't decide what colourway I like, but and I think it's lovely because it's the sort of thing that you bring back year after year after year, isn't it?
Yeah, it
and people
is.
remember.
Yes.
Lovely. Well, I hope to see you back soon.
Thank you.
It'd be lovely. And yes, I hope it's inspired you too to get Christmas organised. Right, so we're going to go for a short break, and it's Monday, it's nearly 12 o'clock, so it's Yarn Lane, and we've got Juey Jumbo on with some brand new patterns and needles and yarn as well. T-shirt yarn, very exciting. So if you love knitting and crochet or just want to have a go, you are going to be amazed by these mega hooks and mega needles. Don't go anywhere. I will see you back here very soon.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Welcome to Yarn Lane! Yarn Lane, I nearly said so to look, Julie actually looks taller than me, that's so not fair. Do you know why? That's because she is standing on a box, see? She's cheating. I'll stand down here, look, you can be taller than me.
You can stand on my box if you want.
No, that's fine.
I've never been taller than anybody.
Look at that, it's so cool, isn't it? There are some steps here I'll have as well. So, it's been a while since we've been together.
Yeah, it has,
But we've got new stuff.
We have.
New stuff.
Yes.
Patterns and new needles as well. I need these you just want to poke. Or conduct.
Poke everyone.
You want to poke, conduct, or drum, or something.
Yeah, drum. I tend to want to drum.
So we've got these new needles because we need them for those patterns.
We
don't
do,
we?
yes, because we're going a little bit smaller at the top, the stitches.
Okay, so let's.
Yeah.
So now these two new patterns.
Yes.
Look at this. How glorious are these? Now these can be knitted using t-shirt yarn, which we have got some of in pink, or your own yarn. You know, like if you've ever watched any of Julie's shows before, you know you can just use your own yarn. But for those of you who've never, because let's presume some people may not have met you.
Okay.
I know, unbelievable, but some people may not have. So let's go back, rewind back to the beginning of Julie coming on air. This is Julie's product, okay. It's the weirdest thing. Look at these. So this is your thing.
This is my star product. Yeah,
Star
my
product.
thing. Jumbo.
Massive
Jumbo craft tools, we call them.
Oh, they're not knitting needles.
Well, because we've got lots of tools, haven't we now? So
Yeah,
we couldn't just say knitting needles, but these are jumbo knitting needles.
Right, which look very nice as wall hanging ones, because I did the show with
Sandy.
Sandy, where she used these, because aren't they the best wall hanging hangers?
Yeah, she's lovely, Sandy.
Didn't they
Because
look
she said to
fab?
me, "Do you think I could I buy a pair?" I said, "No, I'll send you a pair."
So this is how it started. Julie creates these amazing needles. They are gorgeous, which your dad made, and
Yeah,
luckily,
my dad taught me how to do it. Yeah, sadly we lost him a while ago, but while he was ill, he taught me. Well,
Thank
he didn't
goodness.
think he was ill. He taught me how to make them. He
and
used
they
to do
are
everything.
amazing, aren't they? So the beauty of this is the genius of these needles. You can have crochet hooks as well, is that you can stash bust. Now, I don't know any other way of stash busting, because when we're using fabric, it's fine, isn't it? Because fabric's all, well, quilting fabric's all cotton, is all the same weight. You can just mix and match, make patchwork, whatever. But yarn is different weights, different colours, different fibres. How do you use up those half balls, 1 balls, 2 balls, 3.5 balls left over?
Yeah.
Well, this is what you do. You wind all that yarn together. So if you've got 4-ply, you just put loads of it together. If you've got double knit, you a bit less.
Yeah.
And you knit with it. So you can create the most amazing creations and use up your stash at the same time.
Yeah, well, that was why they were made. That
It's
was actually
genius.
why they were made.
It's
Yeah.
absolute genius. And,
Thank you.
It is, just because you can use up all that. We've had many shows doing that, where you just wind it all up together. But you've moved on since then. So after the knitting needles, you then moved into, was crochet hooks next?
Yes, it were. Yeah, crochet hooks. Yeah, the crochet what you're expert at.
Yeah, why, yes. I have one of these because Julie sent me one. I love it. Look at that. You can use any, like with the knitting needles, any pattern, any stitch, whatever. I've done granny squares with these.
Yeah,
they work really well.
Yeah,
amazing. $13.99 for the crochet hook, and you can wind all your yarn together to create and use it up. So people have made blankets for charity for homeless people, haven't they?
Yeah. They've made even like baby blankets as well, where they've used just fine yarns and wound them into a thick yarn.
Oh, okay.
Bed runners. Even like ponchos, things like that.
Yeah, because they're just absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, if you can just get your head around the thickness of the yarn.
Yeah, once you've got your head around the fact that this is thickness, and I guess you need to try and sort of wind it into sort of a similar thickness.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be 100% accurate.
No, it doesn't have to be 100% accurate, but that's how we came up with the winding tool.
Indeed.
From your lovely viewers here, we came up with it sort of all together, all of us.
So that's the crochet hook. Now, there are other things as well, but the winding tool.
Yeah.
Da, da, da. It's a stick with a hole, but it's a very special hole.
It's a very special hole. This hole is being specially sized to give you the correct thickness of yarn. Correct gauge is the proper term, isn't it? The correct gauge of yarn. So it will give you the thickness that you need to complete this
So have you got some yarn with you to show us?
I have, yes,
Right,
yes.
and then we'll talk about the sweater, because I suddenly
let's do
thought
that, yes.
we need to go backwards to go forwards,
Okay,
because there will be
right.
people watching who haven't seen it before. So you know how it all works. So
Yeah, we'll demo that soon.
the winding wand, basically you use this, you put your yarn through it. So say you've got 4-ply, you're probably going to get about 8 of those through there, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas if you have super chunky, you
Might
might
get
only
more.
get, yeah, I don't know, you might, so you make sure it's full, and then
You just have to see any light. As you look down that hole, we can see light, can't we?
yeah,
And that's how I
definitely.
do it. I look down and I think if I can't see any light, I know it's thick enough.
And then you just wind it all up, and then you knit from this, so you're almost creating your own ball.
Yes.
And when you get to the end of a length of yarn, you just tie another one on.
You do.
So you don't waste anything.
Don't waste anything, no.
It's
no.
fabulous. So this
And
is
you make
kind
the
of
most
crucial.
amazing patterns, don't you? You know, as you,
Oh, it's
you
just
think,
gorgeous.
oh, didn't think that went together or that. It just.
Well, we did some where we put
Again,
in
let
like.
me show you some.
Yeah, show us. Come on
Yeah.
then. We did some where we wound fluffy stuff in with
We did.
metallic
Yeah,
stuff and
yeah.
all sorts, because Julie and I both brought our stashes with us, and we had all sorts going on in there, didn't we?
So this is one I've just been making up in the green room. Just knitting there.
So what do you think you've got in here? So look, if I separate this, so if you've seen Julie before, you'll understand this, but if you haven't, so here we've got maybe a double knit in brown,
Maybe.
double knit in cotton.
Yeah,
I reckon that's a chunky.
that's a chunky. I think these are
variegated,
both chunkies.
chunky blue, and
That's
then
an Aran.
An Aran variegated.
Yeah.
So we've got all those, but they will fit into the wand. So you just poke them through until you can't see any light. So then that's the kind of, and then you just wind it round once they go through.
I'll show you how to wind it. I mean, I didn't invent the winding. This is a really, really ancient way of winding.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
But you did invent the winding
But
wand.
it's been lost, I think. I don't think people bother with it at all. Well, we don't certainly seem to do.
No, I
Winding
never
them this
seen
way.
it.
Use the machine, don't you, to wind now? Into
Well,
cakes.
yeah.
Yeah, or we get it in a ball, don't we?
Yes, or you get a winder.
Yeah. Yeah, you've
A
is it
swift.
swift, isn't
A
it?
swift.
And then that winding.
And the windy
Yeah.
thing, yeah. And then
And then it's
we
the
see,
centre pull
look,
ball.
so all of those different colours you've made into a ball
So I've made this with a winding stick.
with the winding wand. And
Winding
then
wand,
look
oh.
at that. I feel like I want to knit a jumper.
And then it pulls with the
Wow,
middle.
wouldn't that be a sleeve?
Yeah. Well, this pattern, what's I've made in the t-shirt yarn, can be made with your yarn if you make yarn with the winding wand. It'll be made for the right gauge.
Yeah, so it's like a free jumper.
Yes.
Because you're bound to have, and
Just have a go with all
and
your stash.
also
What can you lose?
when you run out of one, you just put another one
Just
on.
put another one on, yeah. And I just tie them on. I don't make a fuss of it. There's lots of different ways.
Oh yeah, like that one you've just tied
Just
on.
tie them on, yeah. But what I do sometimes is when I've actually finished the project, I will untie them at the back and try and weave them in and make them look a bit tidier.
yeah.
Just depends what kind of look. Sometimes I want a look that's, I can't think of another way, like sort of a boho-y
Yeah, I know what
look,
you mean.
you know, where the tassels are hanging off.
Shabby chic.
Shabby
isn't it?
chic, yeah. Yeah, hippie sort of chic look.
Unfinished. If you want the unfinished look, just leave them loose.
Well, some people like it, don't they? You know.
I just like that is a sleeve, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of a glorious jumper. So these are all the different things that you can, all the different ways of doing it.
Yeah.
So let's start with the pattern.
Yeah.
So I'm getting myself confused now. So the pattern is to create this jumper. Now this has been knitted in a t-shirt yarn.
In a t-shirt yarn.
So
Hence that.
you've got
like
the
that.
pattern, haven't you?
Got the pattern.
Right. Okay, because
You want me to
Julie's
get the
actually got
pattern
a
out?
pattern. Yeah, show us the pattern. That's fab, isn't it? I like that. Can I try it on?
Yeah. You can if you want, dear. Oh dear. Right.
What's it called?
This pattern is called pear drop.
Why?
They're all Yorkshire mixtures.
Oh, well, I like a pear drop.
So I'm going to go on, you know, if I design
Don't they
some
say,
more.
like, isn't it, if you've been poisoned, you smell of pear? What is it?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it's
I
all,
love
you know when you
pear
watch
drops.
these crime things, they go, oh, I can smell pear drops.
Oh, do
What is
they?
that for? It's either a poisoning or something.
Formaldehyde.
If there's a what? Oh, if there's a bomb, it smells of almonds. Or something if it smells of pear drops. Somebody will message in, they'll
we'll
know.
have to look into that.
Would you like to see my new jumper? That's
That's
lovely.
lovely, isn't it? Yeah. And it's just such an easy pattern. There's no shaping in it, only by doing a smaller needle at the top.
Yeah. And then I like
And this, I just wanted to jazz it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And this is just, it's called wool top. So people felt with
they
it.
use for felting, yeah.
For felting, yeah. So I just had some spare bits and just put some crosses through with it.
But
just,
that's fab.
just threaded them in, that's all. So you can...
Cyanide poisonings, pear drops. I was watching some detective thing recently, and they could
Right.
smell pear drops.
All right.
They go
We
to
better
be
stop
careful.
eating them then, haven't we?
If you smell pear drops, someone's about to die. I watch far too many detective
Yes, I think you do.
things. Anyway, I'll get down now. It's like too tall. So the pattern shows you how to make
So the
this.
pattern shows you how to make it.
Can't really tell you. I mean, if you were getting, so we have got the t-shirt yarn in bright pink. Look at this.
But there will be other pinks. This is the only one I just had at the moment. It's all in the factory. I just have this at home to
Okay.
bring. So what happens is you can't really tell them what kind of pink you want because it's always
Oh, it's all
scraps.
recycled.
It's all
the
recycled and
scraps.
it's scraps of fabric that's come from t-shirts, making t-shirts. When they cut them out of there's all these scraps thrown.
Yes.
That all goes away as waste to the factory and they make it. I don't know how they do it. They do the magic and make it into a t-shirt yarn.
Wow. But
So you don't know what colours you're going to get.
okay, so you just get pink then.
Yeah, but what happens is they do dye it. So you might get some, say you got, if you dye something that's white, it'll go a very bright colour.
Yes.
You dye something that's beige, it might go a different colour. Something that's grey, it might go a different
Right,
colour.
okay.
So they do like put it in a pot of dye.
Oh, I see. I thought, do they have to just wait for loads of pink t-shirts to
Yeah,
come?
no, that's what I thought. Yeah,
Oh.
no, they do dye it. So say they'll have a cerise dye and it'll dye them all, but different fabrics dye differently, don't
Yes,
they?
exactly.
So that's why it all the colours change. Some, if it's cotton, they don't take a dye as well. An
okay.
acrylic doesn't take a dye as
Right.
well as the cotton. So
Is that
there
enough
will be
to
a
make one
variation.
jumper?
Yes, it's enough to make one jumper.
Right,
Yeah.
so £12, that's enough to make one
One
jumper.
jumper.
But you will need the pattern as well,
But
obviously.
you may get a light pink, a medium pink. You make that pink, rose
Okay.
pink. What we tried to do was, if you can put a preference, say light or dark, we'll do our best,
Right.
absolute best,
Okay.
to get that to you. But
Okay.
that's the only problem with your t-shirt.
Is that you can't guarantee.
You can't guarantee
So
it.
other than that, so does the pattern come in sizes?
Yes, it does.
Oh, right, let me have a look then. So it comes in 8 to 10, well, from size 8 up to size 22.
Yes.
That's a nice size range,
Nice-
isn't it?
nice size
So
range, yeah.
32 to 46 inch bust. And the largest size is 1,000 grams,
Yeah.
which is what that one is.
This one, what they say is it's between 650 and 850 is this.
Okay.
Right. So you'd need two for
If
the
for the
largest
biggest,
size.
so
Yeah.
for the sort of size 18 and above, you
Yeah.
might need
Yeah.
two. Okay.
Definitely. But the others give enough.
And
The
you
one.
need a pair of knitting needles.
You do,
But the
yeah.
big fat ones.
Yeah, you need these knitting needles.
But you could use the shorter
You could
ones.
use the short ones, yeah. They're a bit squashed up, the stitches, but you could do. But I suppose you've got the long ones, then you can do your blankets and everything as well.
Yeah,
can't you? You don't
that's
have to buy
true.
another pair.
So the short, so you need the pattern. Now, if you can use the short needles. These are the ones that Julie's currently knitting with. Oh, dropped a
That's
stitch.
just the sleeve, you see. So you can see, to get the back on, they will be squashed up, won't
Yeah.
they? Because you've a lot more stitches to put
So
on.
it's entirely up to you whether you get the long ones and squish
I've
them
done
up.
it, but they're really squashed.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the short ones are these here, $14.99. They're like broom handles, aren't they?
Yeah,
Broom
yes,
handles
yeah.
with knobs on.
Well, that were our first ones we ever made, were broom handles that Dad ever made for me, were a broom handle. Yeah.
But that's to give you an idea of the size. That is what they look
That's
like.
what they
but
look
they're
like.
not
They're
broom
massive.
handles.
Yeah, yeah. They're not just your normal chunky needles. These are
These
mega.
Are, yeah, these are only available through Juey.
Yeah.
Juey.
Juey
because-
Jumbo.
But
Well,
otherwise,
Mega didn't go with Juey, did it? That's how
No.
it came with Jumbo.
Juey Maggie. You'd have had to change your name to
Dad
Megan.
used to call me Juey, and then it said Juey Jumbo.
Yeah.
That's how it came.
See, if you'd been called Megan, it would have been Mega Megan.
It would, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Ginormous Jill.
Yeah, that's it. That's about how complex it gets.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Bigger Becky.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't like that one as much. No. Brilliant. No, it has to be big. Bigger. I think Juey Jumbo, you were named right. So you need these needles, but you've also brought out, because to get this shaping in the yoke,
Yes.
you need to go narrower.
You need to go narrower, so you need to go down to a 12 millimetre. Now,
Right.
a lot of people might have a 12 millimetre, but we do have some 12 millimetres.
I like these.
They're nice, aren't they?
Nice ends.
These are bamboo. They're nice
Right.
and smooth. The difference is, you might say, why have I brought these on? Because I don't make them so small. But when I got these in, they were like they were rough. So I had to take them into the
really?
workshop and smooth them all off. And treat them with the
I love the way you say these are really thin. I mean, they're like 12 mil. These are
know.
big,
But they
fat
feel thin
noodles.
to me.
Well, yeah, I guess
Yeah.
they do.
Yeah.
But the good thing is, you see, if you get the pattern and you get the 2 sets of needles, that's it then. You just go through your stash, knit everyone a jumper.
Yeah, give everyone a jumper for Christmas. Yeah.
And these are new today.
Yes, they are.
So there we
We
go.
haven't got
So
many.
really, are we short on the bamboo needles?
yeah.
That'll be because got loads of you got these in baskets. But what a great pattern, because you can knit one of these for anyone.
That's the thing, yeah. And the other one as well, you can do the same.
I imagine it's quite quick as well.
It's really quick. I knitted another one because when I knew that we were coming on, I thought I need to show you how to do different yarns. I'd knitted it in a day.
Wow.
Yeah, and I made tea and things like that. I
As
stopped
well
and
as
made tea,
actually
yeah.
moved off
I
the
was just
sofa.
Wonder Woman that day.
Made tea. Made tea and knitted a jumper all in one
Yes, I
day.
had to have a rest day after.
Yeah, I bet you did. I bet you didn't cook tea. Did you go next day? We'll have a takeaway then.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing that
Yeah.
twice.
I said, I'm not cooking. I've done enough now.
Oh, cooking, I've knitted a jumper and made tea. Over half the stock of these has gone now. So that's that pattern, but we've also got another pattern
Yes.
for
The
what's this one
gilet.
called?
This one's called Cherry Lips.
Cherry Lips.
And the pattern's gone astray. But
The
we have got
pattern
the
has gone
pattern.
astray.
But it's gone astray in here, hasn't it?
But we have got a picture of the pattern.
We have.
The pattern has gone astray currently. So this is like a gilet. Do you want to put that one on?
Yes.
Since I'm wearing one, you can wear the other. Oh, that's nice.
There we are.
Oh yeah, that looks lovely. There's our picture. We have got a picture of the pattern. Who is that?
This is our lovely Gemma. She's just a she's a friend of my daughter's and a friend of mine as well. But she models for my daughter.
Right.
And I asked her if she'd model for me, and she said yes. And they're just beautiful, are the pictures that we've done.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah.
I think you could have modelled this one. You look lovely in it. You look lovely in that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it looks lovely. You look quite posh if you were going to like a ball.
Do I?
Yeah. All you need is a black velvet dress, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, it sort of feels, especially with that kind of edge as well.
yeah. I say this is just thick, the thick wool top.
Yeah, it's
threaded
lovely.
through. Yeah.
Is that the same size range?
Yes, it's exactly the same size
And
range.
how much yarn do we need?
This you will get, obviously it only comes in these size cones,
Yeah.
so that will do up the range.
Right, okay.
Right up to a size 20 will one cone.
And I guess, and if you're
you
using...
might get two out of
Oh
out
yeah,
of a
that's
cone.
true actually.
Yeah.
And I guess if you're using your own yarn, don't know.
It takes about 500 grams.
Oh, right,
at the
okay.
most.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 500
So
grams.
if you have a look in your yarn stash, if you want to use it up, if you just have
800
a
if you're
look.
doing a big one, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like with this one, is the biggest size is like a kilo. So if you have a look through your yarn stash, you know, well, I've got 100 grams of that. I've got 100 grams. You could soon, if you wanted to keep to a same colour palette, it would be worth getting, like, if I want it blue, for example.
Yeah.
Then get all your yarn together at the beginning. All 10, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, we've got some, I think, on here. They're still on here. 3 packs of yarn that you can use.
Oh, right,
The
okay.
Juey yarn, the Juey vegan.
Only
vegan
use
yarn.
that. Have we got some of that, Jess? She's just going to have a look.
I know when I looked the other day, I think there was still some.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I would say, I mean, if you want to do it one colour, that's how much you're going to need. But if you want to do it multicolour like this one, then just weigh your
Shall I
yarn.
get it out and show you all the
Yes.
different colours? Oh, I've done one.
There's a lot of banging and crashing going on the floor down.
You have a lot to bring, you know.
All of her wooden sticks on the floor. Right. Okay. So we need big needles, small needles. And it has to be knitting. You can't, it's knitting, it's not crochet.
These are all my little tips. Oh, there's a pattern. These are all the little tips, you see. Well, I'm going to hopefully get time to show you. But basically, I've made the sleeves in white.
Okay.
Because I only had one ball of white. I've made the back in grey. Now,
Okay.
and this is just using my vegan super chunky.
Right.
So any super chunky, but you'll be able to make your own by putting them into that.
Yeah, so you can
there.
use super
I'll tell
chunky
you,
or
yeah.
make your own.
And look, the front is a combination.
So if you go onto the Sewing Street or the Yarn Lane website, we've got a lot of Julie's vegan super chunky on there. So if you want to get her
so you've a
specific yarn.
combination of, I had a bit of beige left and some white left.
Okay.
And the sleeves, and that was that. And I think the back took 200 gram balls, so that's 200, 100 and another 100, so we've got 400 grams I'd done that out of.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we've got to pick up the neck.
So it's,
which
so you
hopefully I
can
get time to demo.
stash bust as well as
Yeah.
start from scratch if you want
You
to.
can do, yeah. You can do anything with this really. You could even just get your super chunky yarn.
You need to move your mic, I think. I'll have to take that off.
Oh.
Sadly. Or put your mic on that.
Right.
It's rubbing on it.
Well, you could even use your... We'll hang it back up.
You will hang it back
I'm
up.
a bit warm.
We'll hang it back up.
You could even use super chunky yarn
Yes.
and not have to wind it through the
Through the winding
through
wand.
the winder, which is giving you quite a loose knit. That's what I'm meaning.
Oh, okay.
See, it's quite loose is the t-shirt, and this.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Whereas this tighter
Where that's
then?
tighter. Yeah.
Why is that then?
Well, I just use more strands for that.
Oh, because it's thicker. Oh, it is thicker, isn't it?
It's thicker, yeah. So that's more. I think that's more for a blanket, don't you? If you're going to do something, it just depends if you want it loose. Some people like a tight knit sweater. Some people like a loosen it. But if you want to
I
loosen
love
it,
this. Because that's like a sleeve, isn't it? It's just lovely.
yeah.
Could
You could. I thought you could even do the body looser, because I'm at that time of life where I'm always hot. You could do your body loose and your sleeves thicker.
Yeah, that's true.
You could do lots of different textures.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, I like the way you just put. I mean, that's very on trend, isn't it? All these like
And this just
colour
happened by
blocking.
accident. I was just like, let's just go for it, you know. But you can see there, I've gone into the 12mm needle there.
Right. Okay. And that's all explained in the
brings
pattern.
it in. Yes, it's all explained.
And
in
is
the
it
pattern.
just
And
knit
it's
and
very
purl?
simple pattern, very simple. Knit and purl.
Okay.
It's just stocking stitch. Yeah. It's just the picking up of the neck that you need to do. It's explained in the pattern. If we get time, I can show you how to do it.
Okay. Right. Well, let's start with doing this, and then we'll talk
Right.
about wool winding. I
Okay.
think.
Right.
Because this is so. You follow the pattern using either your own wound wool yarn or bought yarn.
Or bought yarn.
Depending on what you want, you can use the t-shirt yarn, you can use Julie's vegan yarn, which is on the website, or you can just wind your own yarn.
Yeah.
And then you follow the pattern and you knit the front and
So
back.
what you'll have is, it'll explain to you on the pattern, put your back, you'll have your back out, just pretend that's not there. So put your back flat down with your right side up. Because what I want to demonstrate to you at the moment is how to sew the seam up on the shoulder.
Right.
And I want to show you how to do mattress stitch. So you put your back with your wrong side facing up, and you put your front on top of that. So you've got wrong sides together now.
Okay.
Okay. So always wrong sides together. Again, the pattern I'll show you.
Well, that sounds weird.
I know, because you'll do it opposite way
Yeah.
around, don't you? Yeah. But if you don't want to do mattress stitch, you can go back to the
No.
correct way
I'm
of
going
doing
with
it.
this. I'm going with this. Over half the stock of this pattern is gone, by the way. If you want it, you need to.
So what we do now is we turn it round, we open it all up, and we would have had, there's the front, there's the back. And then what we will do is we're going to sew this shoulder seam up. But what I want you to do is, before you start to sew the shoulder seam up, measure from here to here. It's I think it's 18 centimetres.
Right.
And put a marker.
Okay.
On the front. Again, it tells you on the pattern.
All right. So you don't need to remember that's all in the pattern.
Yeah. Again, same on the back. You've got to measure from this shoulder in 18 inches, because this is where you know where we stop picking up stitches.
Okay.
Okay. Let me take those off now, then they won't be as distracting. Right. So for mattress stitch, what we do is, I'm going to just pull this back just to show you how easy it is.
So we're wrong sides facing.
So we're wrong sides facing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, wrong sides together, you're right, yeah. So what I do now is, any yarn that you've got, when you get to the end, you've cast off here. So you'll have your tail left.
Yeah,
Don't cut
okay.
it off. So we're going to use this to sew up. Do you have any of them little clips?
Yeah, we do actually.
Is there a good idea?
Yeah, I use these all the time for knitting.
Brilliant.
They're brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
Much better than pins.
Yeah, we have these, don't we? You can set do we have these in stock?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you could, instead
Fabric
of putting
clips,
that,
best
put that
thing
there.
for
Brilliant.
because they hold as tight as a pin, but they're
But you
much
lose them in
easier to-
knitting, don't you? And
Well, you
especially
lose the
such
pins.
large knitting.
and but also they hold just as tight, and you can and they're much easier to kind of move along
They're
as
an
well.
absolute brilliant idea, are these? They really are.
So get yourself
Right.
fabric clips.
Yeah, get yourself fabric clips. So we do thread our needle, and what we're going to do is we're going to sew up here
Okay.
to the 18 inch. We're going to sew right up there. I've just told him that to keep it together. It's nice to put one there just to keep it together, because when you first do mattress stitch, you can go off on an angle.
Right. Okay.
And
so
you end up,
just
it puckers up a little bit. So put one in the middle, that'll just help you stabilise it. So you see the V's here. We can see these V's.
yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go under this first V like that. So
Okay.
can you see?
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
the camera
yeah.
get it? Right. And we're
Can
gonna
we get
go
any
through.
closer than that, Bruce? Hang on a minute. Right, he's just getting a bit closer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. So because we've gone into that
There we
one
go.
now, what we're going to do is crisscross.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Crisscross. So what we're going to do now is we're going to miss that V because it's come up. This is where that one's attached to. So we're going to go into these under this V here. So now this in rocket science, you don't have to go exactly where. You don't think, oh, do we do it that one or that one or that one? Just go for it,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah. See, I always say, no, you've got to get exactly the right
No,
one, and
you
then I
don't.
can't.
You don't. So we've gone across. So that one matches that one. So we're going into that one.
Right.
Okay.
So under the V's.
Yeah. And now you can see they match together.
Yeah.
Them two. So we're going to the next one. It's so much easier to do though when it's such big stitches.
Oh yeah, loads, because I
Yeah.
can actually see what you're talking about.
Because it took me ages to learn this, the mattress stitch, because I couldn't see it properly what people were doing. You know, like I really did struggle with it. So I thought I've got to make this as clear as possible. So those V's are matching together, as you can see. So it's not that one, it's that one. So, and also we're going from the cast off edge, we're going into the one up below.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so that's another question people ask. So as we see, those two are going together. So we're going to go into that V. So under there. I mean, this is where I do it. I don't know if every people might do it differently, but I do it this way. So we're going to go across into that one. I'm going to go across into that one.
Yeah. No, I think that makes sense, because you are keeping it flat and following it along.
Yeah. You're going to go across into that one. And then I just love doing this. Then you just pull it together. It's like magic.
That is magic. That.
Yeah. You'll always get that little bit because that's where your sleeves are going to go anyway, so we'll lose that bit.
And it's a nice flat join, isn't it?
Lovely flat join. And then look at it on the other side. And this is your shoulder, you see, so you want it to sit nice on your shoulder.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, a back stitch will be okay if you can't
No,
do
it's not
this,
as nice
but
as
it's not
that.
as nice as it.
So basically,
it's flat.
you lay them right sides up.
Yes.
Honestly, it's probably better to do it like this on a flat
probably
surface.
is, yeah.
Because it's
definitely
a lot
on a flat surface than sitting on your knee, because,
Yeah, because
I know
you
what you
can
mean.
actually see where the stitches are now, can't you?
You can, yeah. So we can see now how
So
they
it's
join
sort of
together.
wrong. I see what you mean about it being wrong sides together, but if you're lying it flat, it's right sides up.
I suppose so, yeah. It was just the way I was taught. Always
But I
put
know
wrong
what you
sides
mean. If you
together.
were holding
Yeah.
it together, but because you've put it on a table.
Yes, you're right, yeah. I probably were taught
But
sat.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
this is really good for seeing actually how you sew things up, because with this,
Well,
because it's
people
so
ask
chunky.
you all the time and they get put off as well making, because they're so chunky and the seam's too bulky.
Stock announcement, stock announcement.
So we're going
Yeah.
to that one.
Right, so with the bamboo needles, once everyone has checked out, we've sold out, which means there are more of you who've got the bamboo needles in their basket than we've got in stock. So these are the 12mm bamboo needles, and if you want to knit this jumper, you will need them for the top bit. Please be quick and get those checked out, because that sort of narrow, tighter knit at the top, you need the 12mm needles for. Because we have got more of you got them in baskets. I'm getting a bit hot now.
It's hot in here, isn't
It
it?
is always hot in
Well,
here.
I should take your sweater off if I were you.
No. I'm not, I
Don't
can't
you be
take
going
this,
home with that on.
I can't take the sweater off until we sell out of the pattern. Can you hurry up? Jess, could you buy a
just
few
this
for me?
pattern you can use any yarn for when I've shown you everything, how to do it. But if you don't want to make your own yarn, any super chunky,
Yeah, you could. I think I'm,
or
I'm getting it. I am getting
our
hot
vegan
now.
super chunky is perfect.
Right, there's
for
only
it.
10 patterns left, but I've got to take it off. Please, can 10 people buy the pattern? Otherwise, I'll have to put it back on to the end.
Right. So you can see now that shoulder has been sewn
They're
up.
not. That's amazing.
Isn't it? It's a lovely stitch, is that? So what I'll show you next is how to pick these stitches up for this next
Oh,
neckband.
okay. So we've sewn
Okay.
it either side.
Yeah, so now we're going to have our front facing us. So what we're going to basically do is we're going to pick up along here, and then we're going to pick up along here.
Oh, so you
To
don't sew
where
up the other side then?
No, to where that is.
Oh, okay. Right, got
Okay.
it. Yep, yep.
So it's going to make a neckband round there.
Right.
Then we sew in, when we've done that, we sew in, we put in the sleeves, again, like you've said. Find the middle of the sleeve.
Little sleeves.
I just turn it over, find the middle like that. And what we're going to do is then again, match a stitch, put those together. Must take some of these home with me.
Yeah, I would just tip some in your bag.
Yeah, I will.
No one will know.
No, get that bag open there.
Or alternatively, go onto the website and buy your own.
So what
There's
we're
an
going to
idea.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to match a stitch along here.
Yep, okay.
Right. Same on both sides, and then eventually you'll go.
And I guess
Put
you can
them
then
together.
choose how long your sleeves are. Whether you've got
Oh, yeah,
little
you
short sleeves.
can add more onto them, make them long sleeves if you want. Yeah, definitely. You'll need more yarn, obviously, but so now we've got pretend the neck's done. So now all you need to do now is we need to seam so all up there, along there,
yeah.
and you're done.
Fantastic.
Both sides. So you don't have to keep doing bits here and
How
bits
many?
there.
6 patterns left.
So you can see. So
Be
we're going
quick,
up
6
here,
patterns left.
along here.
So how do we do the
here,
picking uppy
along here.
thingy?
Right, we'll show you picking up now.
Do we use the 12 for that?
Yeah, we need
Right.
the 12mm ones for that. Just thought I'll show
Yeah,
you
the
that
12mm
while it's
bamboo,
out.
because you need the big fat jumbo ones for the main jumper.
As you can see on the sweater here,
Yeah. 12mm have sold out.
How it's like that.
Yes, it's nice, isn't it? I like
Yeah,
that.
so it's bringing it in a little bit more. But a lot of people have 12s. If they're knitters, they have 12s. Oh, we'll have to get some more, won't we?
I think you will do. I haven't got any 12s.
You know,
No.
I just think everybody's got these, you see. Right.
No, I'm trying to think. I tend to, Yeah, it depends what you use to knit in with, don't you?
Yeah, I suppose it does, doesn't it? Right.
I'm trying to think what the biggest ones are. I don't know.
I'm going to do
I know I've got a 9mm crochet hook. Does that count?
No, that's small for me, that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm used to using a 4.
Right. I'm going to do this in a contrasting
Oh no,
yarn.
I like that though.
A contrasting
it's
yarn,
very
just
in
so it'll
mustard
show.
and grey.
It is, isn't it?
I think that jump will look lovely.
Yeah, we could do it in mustard, right. So what it'll tell you to do is, it'll tell you to pick up, here we are, front edge, pick up and knit 18 stitches along the front edge,
Right.
along the cast off edge.
Okay.
Right, so we're going to start doing that, you can move your pin now. So I will get my yarn,
Right.
or your contrasting yarn, which should be probably white or grey.
Yeah,
what
whatever
you're
colour
gonna do.
you want to go across
So
the top.
so what we've got here is the cast off edge. So all along this cast off edge, we're going to pick up the stitches. So basically what it is we go into here, so these loops here, as you can see across, so into here, and then with your yarn I tend to fold it in half like that when I'm starting with a new ball, make myself a little loop, and I pop it under and knit.
Okay.
Right, and then it's the next one, so I might not stick exactly to the stitch mounts, but I'm just going to show you where you go in. So that's what you do. So you go into there,
So you only go through.
knit.
Yeah, so I've got my crochet head on. You only go through the front
Yes,
loop.
yes, you're right. Yeah, you're just going through the front loop. If you went in through the back, you'd have it to stand off the neck.
Oh, okay.
It'd be a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So you just pick up that front bit. So you
Yeah, I
go
see what you
in
mean.
again,
Front loop only.
yarn
You have
round.
crochet stitches.
Yeah, you have to go through them. Yeah,
Front loop, back loop.
that's why I think I struggle with crochet.
Right.
Because I'm always thinking to myself, do I go right through there or do I go into that one? And that's a different stitch, isn't it, if you go...
Yeah, well, it just creates a different
Halfway,
look when
yeah.
you go front loop or both loops.
Yeah, which is probably similar to us doing yarns over and all that, isn't it? I don't know. But I do struggle with crochet. I think it is because you've got a knitting head or a crochet head sometime.
Yeah, I don't like it when I keep swap between them because I knitted
No.
a pair of socks at the same on circulars on the same time as I crocheted
you hold
something.
things differently as
yeah,
well, don't
it
you?
really confused me. I thought I need to start one and stop one and not do them at the same time.
So that's all there is. I mean, so many people are frightened of picking up stitches. So
It's good with these big needles because you can see what you're doing.
So wrap through. So you basically will go all along here to the edge, to the end, and then this will be sewn together. This isn't sewn together. So what we'll do now is we'll go and take it like this because it does. There's enough room to do that, and then we'll just
When you reach
go
the
on to-
other end.
Go on to the end like that.
Okay.
And we'll just carry on picking up. So if you just remember that cast off edge, if the camera can get it, is this rolled bit here
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, because you have got like
is where you're going in.
you have got your two V's across the top, but you've got to go in
You go in the
outside
front. You go in
loop,
the front,
loop.
Yeah. So it's a V, isn't it? But so it's the left, isn't it?
Yeah.
You go into the left one here and pick these up.
Okay.
That's basically what you do. You'll have them. Then that'll be all on your needle, and then you'll just knit 2 rows of garter stitch and cast off.
Perfect.
And that's all there is to it.
It's great, isn't it?
All
It's
there
great.
is to it.
So if we want to wind our own yarn to do this,
Yes.
let's do that.
Let's do that.
So, because the patterns, have we got any patterns left? But not many.
About the gilet.
Right, so once everyone who's got the 12mm needles have gone, once everyone is checked out of the pear drop sweater, we've sold out. So we're going to do some winding in a minute. So remember, we've got the long knitting needles, which are the 25mm long ones. Then we've got the shorter 25mm knitting needles. We've got, there's the long ones. the long one. So these are good for blankets and jumpers. Then we've got the short ones, which are good for like sleeves or smaller. You can use these for jumpers, depends how much you want to gather up the stitches across the top. That's entirely up to you. Then we have the crochet hook, obviously, for crochet. And you just do your crochet in the normal way, nothing different. Knitting, nothing different. It's just bigger. But we also have Tunisian. So if you don't know about Tunisian, yes, is a mixture of knitting and crochet sort of together, because you've got a crochet hook on one end but a knitting needle on the other.
You have, yes.
Magic.
Yeah.
So there's a long Tunisian. So if you love Tunisian crochet and you want to do extra big fat crochet, that's the Tunisian. And there's also a Tunisian short
one, yeah.
In the same way that there's the knitting short and the knitting long. I just wanted to make sure you see everything.
I tend to think of them as accessories. I always think the short ones are good for accessories, like little
like
scarves
hats
and
scarves
and
and
you don't
stuff.
need as many
Yeah.
stitches. That's basically it, isn't it?
So that's that one. And then there's the winding stick, which we're going to do now. Oh, there's one more. What am I missing?
Cable needle.
The cable needle.
Yeah,
Forgot that one.
Cable needle. So if you want to do any cable
Yeah,
knitting,
so if you want to do knitting and you need cable, you obviously need a cable needle the same size. No point in you only use a different one.
no.
Yeah, cable needle. What a good idea.
And I say, as time goes on, because I think I'm back every month now.
Right.
I will demonstrate a different tool if that's
Yeah.
what people want.
Yeah, no, it'd be
I'll
lovely to see
demonstrate
this.
Tunisian again and,
Oh, okay.
and demonstrate cabling.
That's fab. So if you want to, because you can use any pattern for these, but obviously you just have to think about it, they're bigger, etc. But start off with a blanket. That's always a good idea. And then the final one is the magic turny.
Is it here?
Right, we've got 5 minutes to show how to use this.
Right.
So this is the genius tool. This is your stash busting.
Right.
And it's exclusive to us. This is.
As you see, we've got
All
various
sorts.
yarns here, right? So if you want to make, like you've got this mega thin one, right? But you want it to make it thicker, wanted to use it, but you think, well, what can I make? It's obviously 4-ply knitting, isn't it?
Yeah, what am I going to
this
do with
fine
that?
one. So what I've tend to do is I either put them through individually, or because I know that's obviously going to go. This one will go through this hole. I just poke it through. We usually with a needle. I put my needle away now, haven't I? So we're just going to poke your yarn through. That's when we need a pen, isn't it?
Oh.
Oh, thank you. Yes, you need a thing that I don't normally have, a thinner needle.
Yeah, a very fine knitting needle.
There we are. So that's come through like this. Then we can put...
Oh yeah, but you can see.
You can still see
You
air.
can see air. You see, when you look at that really closely, there is air.
Right. So let's put this one through.
So you could just thread them through a big chunky needle.
You could, yeah. Usually I use tweezers. Right. For demo, it always happens when you're demoing, doesn't it? It just doesn't go smoothly.
Hang on, that one's about to come out. The white one.
Oh, is it?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
The pink one.
So you can choose, go for a palette.
Yeah.
Or you can
Which
just
I
go
do
whatever.
like with this one now. It's blues and pinks, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you can just mix whatever.
That's it. Right, it's coming. So you carry on like this. Got in a blooming tangle now. So I carry on. It's now because we're only at 5 minutes. I'm like,
Yeah, it's good. We've got 5 minutes. Get to move on. So you've got all sorts of different.
So-
you've got cottons and.
yeah, all sorts. I've got cottons, I've got wool, I've got mohair. That one's silk. As you can see, I've got a very expensive taste in my yarn stash.
You have
I know.
silk.
Yeah, that's silk. There's that one.
That is posh.
This is when I used to work in America.
Oh.
And then I collected it. So these are all things I've collected, but really they need using.
Well,
and
they
say
do.
like that silk, I can't get a lot out of it, but if I mix it with all these,
You can get loads.
So what we'll do is we carry on until we've filled the hole. So I need probably another one.
Okay, well let's just
pretend because we need to show you how to wind it. So they're all wound through now.
Do we do it on the table?
Right,
Can
let's
we do it
a
like
bit lower
that?
down. So they're all through. I just put my thumb over like this.
Right.
And what we're going to do now is we're going to wind it. So we're going to go, hold it down and go round twice, right? And then we're just going to go up on a slant. It looks really messy to start with. And just go slightly diagonal, but keep turning your tool.
Okay.
Usually do one to start and then do two. So another two. Let me see so you can see it. Thanks.
And then you need a friend who does this for you. I guess if they're all on the floor,
yeah, they'll just
let you do that.
So we keep going around like this, on just slightly, just diagonally. We're just
so once you get going, it stops slipping, doesn't it?
Going diagonally to the top. Yeah, it stops slipping. It's just anchoring it down to start with. Don't worry if that gets messed up inside it, because you'll see in a minute what happens. You just don't have to think about keeping it neat. You can just go for it. But I find if I do two, move it. Move it.
And then when you get to the end of one ball, you just knot in the next one, and then you just keep going until you've got enough.
So you keep going like this. Don't think that you'll run out of space on here, because it's not. It's coming outwards. It's coming widthways.
Yeah.
And then you keep going and you keep going and you keep going. Have we a ball I did on this ball I did earlier? So it's all sorts of different things inside here, because it's different colours coming out. It's quite good as well, because she's like oh, I don't know what's coming next.
I know.
So basically, when you've done your yarn's finished, just wrap it round and tuck it in like this. Just tuck it under like that, just to secure it, and then pretend that's secured, and then you just basically pull this from underneath.
And then that's what you start knitting with.
And then's your little ball
of yarn. So you knit from the inside.
So you get a centre pull like that.
Fantastic. And you can use up all of your yarn. That's brilliant.
Yep.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Julie. It's been fab and busy and mad as always. When are you back with us, do you know?
25th of September.
Okay, nice.
25th of September.
Excellent.
Yeah, a Monday again.
Fantastic.
Have fun together.
That is correct.
Yes.
That is correct. Right, well, thank
not
you for
chaotic.
joining me today. I'll be back tomorrow, actually. Don't often do a Tuesday, but I'm back tomorrow.
You're back tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm back tomorrow. Just one of those things. So coming up tomorrow, on tomorrow's show is me. And at 8 o'clock, it's new fabric collections. Fabulous. And at 9 o'clock, we've got Cara on. Oh, I haven't seen Cara for ages. She's not normally on a Monday, so that'll be nice. I've seen her for ages. She's doing stitched textiles from the Animals book. At 10 o'clock, it's all about homeware fabrics. And at 11 o'clock, Cara's demonstrating from a book called Instant Softies by Isabel Ewing. And at 12 o'clock, it's all about sewing machines. So that's going to be a great day tomorrow. So if you want to learn about animals and soft toys, I will see you back here tomorrow bright and early at 8 o'clock. I hope you have a lovely rest of your afternoon. See you here tomorrow morning.